Chapter 710. Jiang Shao walked towards the shattered corpse of the fallen shadow witch and searched carefully for a while before finding the 2 star beads of the fallen shadow witch. Jiang Shao held the star bead in his hand, and the information from the internal star map made Jiang Shao feel relieved. It was indeed of Perkin quality. The 2 of them had advanced successfully. Besides, Jiang Zhao's star techniques, enmity, countercurrent light, and sound of silence, were all platinum quality level 0. He only needed 10 of them to advance to diamond quality. Just thinking about it was exciting. Not far away, Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi had already stopped bombarding. Gu Shi used his star technique, Dark Ant Sense, to quickly gather information from the surroundings and find the fallen shadow demon star bead in the pit. Gu Shi handed the star bead to Han Jiangxue and began to search for the other fallen shadow warrior's star beads. Jiang Shao didn't have night vision, but Han Jiangxue had already summoned the fireworks puppet to light up the surroundings. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air, and the surroundings were like purgatory. No one wanted to take a second look. "Come here." Han Jiangxue waved at Jiang Shao and watched as he scurried over. She then handed the star bead to him. The environment was indeed a little dark. Otherwise, she could have just thrown the star bead over. Jiang Shao grabbed the star bead and received a message from the internal star map. Fallen Shadow Demon Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Shadow Spirit. Summons a spirit body from a corpse that shouldn't exist in this world. The user can freely control it. Any creature that comes into contact with this spirit body will be entangled and affected. The specific duration of this effect depends on the target's soul strength. Gold, upgradable too. Shadow Soul. Grants the shadow spirit the ability to damage the target's soul. Passive skill that does not need to be activated. Gold, upgradable, Immortal Spirit. Inject an immortal spirit into a corpse, causing it to be controlled by the user. Platinum quality, upgradable. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "Fortunately, you used Ice Roar to crush the fallen shadow warriors. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened in this battle." Indeed, Han Jiangxue's Ice Roar was too lethal. If she had chosen to use flames or lightning, she might not have been able to destroy the enemy's body. Those fallen star warriors would still be controlled by the fallen shadow demon to stand up. At this moment, Gu Shi collected a large handful of star beads and sent them over. His face was extremely stiff, and he even looked a little embarrassed. As the only guiding light in the catacombs tunnels, Gu Shi had failed to complete his mission and put everyone in danger. Now he felt very guilty and blamed himself. If Jiang Shao hadn't changed his fate, if he hadn't used Zhongling to extend his life, if he hadn't controlled the situation silently, if Xia Yan hadn't made the final decision, if she hadn't rushed to the rescue, the team would probably have perished there. It was especially so for Han Jiangxue. Gu Shi stood in front of her as a shield, yet he allowed the enemy to rush into the hinterland of the team. The strongest attacker and commander of the team was directly restrained by the enemy. Such a result was almost intolerable. It turned out that Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao had completed the plan perfectly. On the other hand, Xia Yan and Jiang Shao had exceeded their expectations and pulled the team back from the brink of death. Gu Shi was the only one who performed terribly. Han Jiangxue glanced at Gu Shi and silently without saying anything. The environment there was special, and the creatures and star techniques were special. Gu Shi's abilities were limited, and that was inevitable. However, she couldn't comfort Gu Shi. That would definitely be wishful thinking. In fact, Gu Shi's defensive abilities were very strong. Be it his body or his shield, Gu Shi could stand in front of everyone and protect them in the face of most conventional attacks. However, the creatures and star techniques in the Shadow Cave were so special that Gu Shi became the younger brother of the younger brother. At the side, Xia Yan asked, "Let's hurry up and go. The smell of blood here is too strong. Hunters will come looking for us soon." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. "That's not bad either. Let's use this place as bait and set up an ambush. Isn't that great?" "Great? What a beautiful hammer. You still haven't learned your lesson and want to do it again?" Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "Let's continue moving forward and continue to look for prey. Gu Shiren continue to be our eyes." Gu Shiren opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated. Han Jiangxue said coldly, "I want to hear a clean answer. Yes or no?" Gu Shiren nodded solemnly. What kind of character does Gu Shiren have? He has always been like a hooligan, so, of course, he wouldn't be a law-abiding person. However, look at him now. It turned out that Gu Shiren was not just acting. In the following 3 days, Gu Shiren was extremely serious and stern. He would always rush to the front of the team and observe every time. He would only let the team attack after confirming repeatedly. In the 3 days, they encountered another 2 medium-sized groups of fallen shadow warriors. The team killed a total of 36 fallen shadow warriors and 4 fallen shadow witches. The leader destroyed them and killed another 11 fallen shadow spikes. It could be said that they had made a huge profit. The only thing that bothered Gu Shiren was that they did not encounter any fallen shadow demons in the past 3 days. Gu Shiren's cautiousness had yet to be tested. Jiang Shao watched as Gu Shiren's temperament changed drastically, and he didn't know if it was a good or bad change. However, there was no doubt that such a change was enough to be considered growth. Growth might not necessarily be a compliment. A unique personality created a unique star warrior. Jiang Shao wondered how much this matter would affect Gu Shiren's future. It was worth mentioning that in the past 3 days, Jiang Shao was still filling star beads when facing the 4 fallen shadow witches. Besides, it was a blatant star bead infusion. For the first time, Gu Shiren was shocked when the fallen shadow warrior trembled again. He thought that the fallen shadow demon was here again. However, the terrifying fallen shadow demon did not come, and the fallen shadow, which was also crushed into pieces by Han Jiangxue's ice roar. Such scenes happened one after another, and Gu Shiren naturally raised his doubts. Why would the fallen shadow witches tremble violently every time Jiang Shao used the countercurrent light to connect with them? Why would they roar maniacally? In this regard, Jiang Zhao's answer was very intelligent. They also have countercurrent light, but they found that my countercurrent light was thicker and bigger than theirs, so they felt ashamed of their inferiority. Gu Shiren was dumbfounded. As for Jiang Shao, he was almost kicked to death in the cave by Han Jiangxue. On the 3rd day, everyone walked out of another cave entrance. They were covered in dirt and were greedily enjoying the fresh air. Xia Yin immediately activated her star technique, Tear. She mainly wanted to wash her hands and face. Wow! Xia Yin yelled excitedly while crying and laughing at the same time. She had degenerated from a wild wolf into a husky again. Everyone also took the opportunity to wash their hands, and Xia Yan's voice stopped abruptly. "There's a situation. No, there's a problem," Xia Yan suddenly exclaimed and subconsciously looked towards the south. In fact, they had already lost their way. After walking in the underground cave for 3 days, they really had no idea where they were now. Han Jiangxue frantically asked, "What did you find?" Xia Yin pointed into the distance and said, "Over there, there's someone, Hurry up and go." Xia Yin had already flown up while speaking. Everyone panicked and hurriedly chased after her, but they didn't expect that it was not a sprint, but a 3-kilometer cross-country. 3 kilometers away, Xia Yin landed steadily in front of a boulder and took out a strip of cloth from behind the boulder. It was clearly a torn corner of a military uniform. Jiang Shao panted heavily and asked, "Where are they?" Xia Yin lowered her head and gestured. They should have entered this place. Everyone hurriedly walked over and walked around the boulder, only to discover another underground cave. Han Jiangxue said, "Gu Shiren, lead the way." "Let's go." Before Han Jiangxue could finish her sentence, Gu Shiren frantically said, "Wait, something is coming out." The team of 4 quickly got into formation, with Gu Shiren in front and Xia Yin standing beside him. Han Jiangxue was in the middle, while Jiang Shao was at the back. The 4 of them focused and gripped their weapons tightly, only to discover that 2 figures had run out. The ones who escaped from the cave were a man and a woman. Their clothes were tattered and their bodies were stained with pitch-black blood, which was clearly the blood of the fallen shadow creatures. Even though the couple was in a sorry state, Jiang Shao immediately identified them with the photos of the missing guardian soldiers. Jiang Shao was extremely surprised and overjoyed. They've been out of contact for 4 days, and they're still alive? Are there really miracles in this world? The man and woman who ran out were already in disbelief when they heard the sound of rain in the cave. When they really saw the rain and saw Jiang Shao and the others, hurry, run, fallen shadow. The young man was horrified and extremely anxious. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly stopped. Sound of silence. All sounds in the forbidden area. However, the silence did not come from Jiang Shao, but from the fallen shadow, who had chased them out of the cave. Han Jiangxue made a prompt decision and ordered, Gu Shiren, save them. Xia Yin, cover them. Xiaopi, silence. The order was very clear. Both Gu Shi and Xia Yin realized that Han Jiangxue wanted them to charge and break through the enemy lines in the sound of silence. The enemy's fallen shadow, which indeed had to be killed and silenced immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Shi strode forward decisively and displayed an amazing ability to execute. He dashed into the sound of silence and grabbed the man and woman with both hands before retreating rapidly. Xia Yin then went up and slashed her sword at a ghost shadow that flew out. Bang! Before her sword landed, Han Jiangxue stood in the distance with the dark blue scepter in her hand and struck the fallen shadow warrior in front of Xia Yin with lightning accurately. The fallen shadow warrior fell to the ground. Hey! Xia Yin let out a muffled groan and pierced the fallen shadow warrior's head with her sword. Clean and efficient. Gu Shi and fled with the 2 guardian soldiers and threw them on the ground. The female soldier hurriedly crawled 2 steps and turned around while yelling anxiously, Don't go, retreat. The female soldier stopped halfway through her sentence, not because of the sound of silence, but because of Xia Yin. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were too tacit. Under their cooperation, it was as if Xia Yan's every strike was accompanied by lightning. The fallen shadow warriors that dashed out were first struck by lightning and their bodies stiffened. At the moment when they were enduring the pain, the sword directly smashed their heads. The female soldier stared at everything with her mouth agape. What is this? Are they that powerful? How old are they? The main reason for this phenomenon was Jiang Shao, who had been keeping a low profile. He was the true god who protected them. Because the fallen shadow warrior and Xia Yin could not use any star techniques, the area at the entrance of the cave was controlled by Jiang Shao. It was forever in the sound of silence and prevented any accidents from happening. Even if there were other fallen shadow witches inside, they would not dare to show their faces. Playing sound of silence? The fallen shadow which had finally met her match. Since the fallen shadow, which did not dare to come out, there would be no chance of turning the tables. Seeing that the time was ripe, Han Jiangxue frantically ordered, Retreat. Xia Yin kicked the fallen shadow warrior that dashed out and hurriedly retreated. The fallen shadow warrior immediately collided with the troops behind, hindering their progress. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as Xia Yin retreated, Zhongling had already attached herself to her and returned. Jiang Zhao's sound of silence indeed made Xia Yin feel dizzy and dizzy. Zhongling helped her clear most of the negative effects. At the same time, the dark blue scepter in Han Jiangxue's hand disappeared and was replaced by chain lightning. Han Jiangxue waved her hand and threw out a chain lightning, which immediately exploded. The chain lightning attached itself to a fallen shadow warrior. Compared to Xia Yin, who was further away, the chain lightning dashed directly into the cave and automatically searched for the fallen shadow warrior that was not in sight. Xia Yin retreated quickly while Han Jiangxue's chain lightning was released one after another, as if she was going to electrocute all the creatures inside and turn them into ashes. The output was insane. The team displayed unparalleled combat effectiveness with the help of the members' superb tactical literacy and amazing execution. The male soldier stared at the scene in bewilderment. All of a sudden, he thought of something and frantically yelled, Stop! Stop right there! There's another team inside. Han Jiangxue's hand froze abruptly. There's another team trapped in the catacombs? Han Jiangxue reacted immediately and spat out a scorching flame torch pillar from her hand. Although the ferocious flame torch pillar traveled a long distance, its impact was not reduced at all. It prevented the creatures of other dimensions from surging out of the catacombs. Compared to the explosive output and chain lightning, which could easily cause accidental injuries, the flame torch pillar was undoubtedly a better choice at this moment. While stalling for time, Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Xiao and said in a cold voice, "Speak." Jiang Zhao's answer was only 3 words. "Charge in." Han Jiangxue pushed the flame torch pillar in her hand and overturned all the creatures inside. She yelled, "Gu Shi in charge." Gu Shi sprinted in large strides. His strong body was his best weapon, and he was like a heavy cannonball that blasted into catacombs. The 4 of them entered one after another, while the male and female soldiers sat in the wet wilderness with a look of shock on their faces. Even now, they still hadn't reacted to what was going on. The commander's judgment and orders were really pleasing to the eye, and that medical star warrior seems a little familiar. Is this the combat literacy that 4 kids should display? 4,200 words. I hope everyone will like it. Ask for some tickets. Omega. Chapter 711. Gu Shi had really turned into a cannonball. He took large strides forward while his legs were filled with explosive power. He leaped up heavily, causing a mud pit to appear beneath his feet. His heavy body also shrunk into a ball and slammed into the underground cave. All of a sudden, everyone at the entrance of the cave was thrown into chaos. Both Gu Shi and An Xiaoyan knew that the 2 of them would probably be unable to use their star techniques in this battle. Due to the fact that the enemy's fallen shadow, which was hidden in the dark, Jiang Xiao had to remain silent to pave the way. Who could not be silenced the most in the team? Of course, it was Han Jiangxue who dealt explosive damage. Apart from Han Jiangxue, the other 3 kids could be silenced at will. At most, they would just fight in melee. However, Han Jiangxue was the tactical core of the team. The fact that she could use her star techniques and the fact that she couldn't would make the team look completely different. At this moment, Han Jiangxue's body had already been covered with a dark red, translucent eggshell, which was also known as the Flame Shield. She waved her hands continuously. In her left hand was Barren Wind, which was used to support the 2 combat types in front of her. In her right hand, she summoned Fireworks Mages. In just a short span of 20 seconds, the 4-man team had become a mighty army. Gu Shi had a body of steel in the first place, and his sandbag-sized fists bombarded the fallen shadow, which was charging towards him. Xia Yan's steel sword shone with a strange glow under the illumination of the flames as she slashed the enemies in front of her. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue trailed far behind the battle, and both of them became assistants. One of them activated Nostalgia, while the other used Barren Wind to cast Ice Roar towards the depths of the cave tunnel. Gu Shi, inform me as soon as you find him, Han Jiangxue ordered loudly. It couldn't be helped. Han Jiangxue was well aware of the power of her Ice Roar. It was not the golden Ice Roar in the Liaodong Ice Cave, but the platinum Ice Roar in the northwest Snow Mountain region. If she were to use it on her own people, the consequences would be dire. Even Gu Shi, who had a body of steel, probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few Ice Roars. Only her cheeky younger brother could withstand her anger. Although Gu Shi had received Han Jiangxue's order, he couldn't say anything in the silence. Fortunately, the Dark Ant Sense Star technique was similar to the Star Technique of Perception in that it was a star technique that could directly strengthen one's physical qualities. It was also considered a passive star technique that did not have to be activated actively. Otherwise, Gu Shi would have become blind. In fact, Gu Shi was already blind at this moment because his double bright pupil star technique had to be actively activated. In other words, he did not have night vision at this moment. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue summoned the flame puppets and lit up the path for everyone. Amidst the chaotic battle, Jiang Xiao actually saw a fallen shadow, which was being burned by the flame puppets in a corner. The pitiful fallen shadow, which had nowhere to put her star techniques to use, and she had to actively activate her star techniques, such as Sound of Silence and Countercurrent Light, in Jiang Zhao's silence domain. Therefore, the insufferably arrogant fallen shadow which could only let the fireworks macaque bully her. Yes, the fireworks macaque was also in the Sound of Silence domain. Although it could not shoot any flames, it was made up of fire. At this moment, the fireworks macaque was hugging the fallen shadow, which and burning wildly in the corner. The fallen shadow which sadly discovered that she was not as strong as the fireworks macaque. So, the fallen shadow which was being burned close to her body, face hugged, and even had a high fever. A fallen shadow, which of the gold quality was actually being humiliated by a summoned creature. If Jiang Shao were in her shoes, he would have committed suicide long ago. That's too embarrassing, isn't it? However, logically speaking, the fireworks macaque was also a summoned creature of the gold quality. Hence, the scene was not too bad. Please allow me to lend you a hand. If the gold quality isn't strong enough, why can't the platinum quality do? Jiang Shao seized the opportunity and cast a countercurrent light. He and Han Jiangxue had been hanging at the back of the team and were not in the Sound of Silence domain to ensure that they could use their star techniques. After all, the Sound of Silence domain prohibited the Star Warriors from using their star techniques, not the appearance of their star techniques. The countercurrent light accurately hung on the fallen shadow witch. Logically speaking, if the fallen shadow which hadn't been lifted high by the fireworks macaque, Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light might not have been able to hang on its body. The countercurrent light immediately attracted Xia Yan's attention. She glanced at the fallen shadow, which was trembling from the corner of her eye. To be honest, the fallen shadow witch's body had been trembling. Why? It's hot. Damn, it's hot. Why don't you try being lifted high by the fireworks macaque? Xia Yan immediately consciously rushed towards the fallen shadow, which in a bid to ensure that her sword would pierce through the fallen shadow witch's head as soon as it evolved. It was a silent battle. It was extremely bizarre. In the Sound of Silence domain, there were only the sounds of weapons, fists, and claws clashing. There were only the crackling sounds of the fireworks macaque, but there were no roars at all. No living creature could say a word, and even their guttural sounds were short and muffled. It was simply like a new version of the experience hiss. All of a sudden, several fallen shadow warriors shrieked. In the silent and strange tunnel, the sound seemed rather abrupt. Clearly, the duration of the Sound of Silence in that area had passed. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly. Bang! He smashed the Sound of Silence domain again, and the fallen shadow warriors immediately fell silent. Jiang Shao waved his hand and exclaimed, "Silence!" Everyone was speechless. They advanced all the way down carefully. Although they did not count the number of enemies, there were probably hundreds of corpses on the ground after the tunnel was completely stained with black blood. What kind of a team is this? There are 5 fallen shadow witches alone. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao only managed to take care of 3 of them. The other 2 died before they could advance. The fireworks macaque was really powerful. They could not shoot flames or explode, but they could really burn. Although there were hundreds of fallen shadow warriors, the number of fireworks macaque was not inferior either. Han Jiangxue had simply summoned a burning legion. At this moment, Han Jiangxue's star techniques were extremely well matched, and she could already contribute to the team in all kinds of situations. When Han Jiangxue reached the Star C stage, she would have 8 more star slots that could be used. If she made some minor repairs to the corners, she would really become a Dharma goddess. The more terrifying thing was that after the large group of fallen shadow warriors was destroyed, they did not see the shadow of the human team at all. Did an accident happen? Did the other teams sacrifice their lives to rescue the team that had lost contact with them? As the battle ended, the Sound of Silence dissipated. Xia Yin and Gu Shi breathed heavily in unison, not caring if the pungent smell of blood was at all. Their bodies were silenced, but they felt like they were suffocating. Xia Yin exclaimed, "I've had enough. Damn it. Silence, I'm suffocating. Old. Ahem." It was perhaps the first time that Xia Yin referred to herself as old. However, she coughed before she could say it. The star power in her body was simply too uncomfortable, and she was on the verge of breaking down. After all, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence was of the platinum quality. Not only would it cause her star power to go berserk, but it would also cause her body to suffer a physical blow. However, the halo of nostalgia under her feet was constantly absorbing the enemy's star power and vitality, which also caused her and Gushur to be in a good state. Hence, Xiaoyan was really going insane at this moment. The feeling of her body and the actual state of her body were extremely contradictory. She really did not know how to describe the current situation. Han Jiangxue frantically ordered, "Don't stop. Rush in." The four of them continued to move forward while Han Jiangxue continuously summoned Yin Xiaomu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The disobedient and adorable pets squeaked in joy, but the happy time soon ended. Under the command of Fireworks Kong, they obediently rummaged around and picked up the star beads. After finding the star bead, Yin Xiaosu raised the star bead above his head and hopped towards the team that had long disappeared. Han Jiangxue was meticulous and meticulous. She would leave behind a fireworks macaque every once in a while to act as a guide and supervisor. She would then instruct the bouncing Yin Xiaomu to follow the correct path and chase after the team of four. The search and rescue mission of the team of four was still going on, but in the depths of the catacombs, an extremely tragic battle was going on. Yu, go, hurry. A burly man dressed in the uniform of the Guardians said in a low, muffled voice while grabbing the arm of a delicate female soldier with his large, fan-like hand and pulling her back forcefully. What made this scene seem strange was that the petite female soldier, under the pull of the burly man, did not move at all. The burly man couldn't help but holler again, "Zhang Se." The female soldier named Zhang Xie had indignation written all over her face as she muttered softly, "Oh, Su Ming, Li." There were 6 soldiers standing not far in front of her. However, the 6 soldiers were clearly not in a normal state. Their faces were pale and their expressions were stiff. Their eyeballs, which were supposed to be human, had already turned into ghastly white flames. The one in the lead was the soldier named Su Ming, who was holding a long sword in his hand. Even though his expression was stiff and his eyes were burning with will-o-wisps, one could still vaguely see the ancient Chinese martial art style in him. "Zheng Zhong," a male voice sounded from behind the two of them. They saw a male soldier with a cauldron star map on his body. In front of Zheng Zhong and the female soldier, Zhang Xie, was a bronze-colored square shield that was placed horizontally in front of them. He was the only Galaxy Stage contestant on the battlefield and also the captain of the rescue team, Tong Yunhai. Tong Yunhai's expression was a little tense as he hollered angrily, "Control your soldiers." The burly man, Zhang Zhong, couldn't take it anymore either. He pulled a willow tree out of the ground and carried Zhang Xie, who was rooted to the ground. Bang! Zheng Zhong had just taken a step forward when a deep footprint appeared under his feet. Although Zheng Zhong was tall, muscular, and powerful, his ordinary steps weren't enough to cause the ground to cave in. All of this was because of the overweight female soldier on his shoulder. Zhang Xie's voice was very soft, so soft that it made people's hearts ache. "I can save them. I can save them. They're already dead." Zheng Zhong shouted and ran back to his camp while carrying Zhang Xie. He did not stop and continued to run outwards. His sorrowful roars echoed in the underground tunnel. "Already! Already! Dead! Already!" Group 1 and 2 were already full. Add a third group. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Group 3 number 865296639. My Weibo, you who loves writing. Welcome everyone to follow me. Recently, I like to release poison in the middle of the night. Hee hee. Top. Chapter 712. Zheng Zhong carried Zhang Xie and retreated quickly. The soldiers' faces were solemn as they said, "Captain, let's go. The fallen shadow demon is in the dark. Once the spirit invades us, we'll all die here." The team of soldiers spoke at once. Tong Yunhai pushed forward with both hands. The bronze square shield was supposed to be in front of the enemy, but it was pushed away forcefully. In an instant, several soldiers with white flames in their eyes were sent flying. "Let's go." Tong Yunhai waved his hand, and retreated with the other 3 members of the team. They followed behind Zheng Zhong and Zhang Xie. In the depths of the tunnel, several soldiers who were sent flying and embedded in the walls jumped down as if they could not feel any pain. Even though they were in the domain of silence, they were not affected at all. The leader of the team, Su Ming, shook the sword in his hand and placed it on his back. Then Will-O-Wisp squatted down and leaned forward slightly. He placed his hands on the ground and stomped on the ground. No star technique? No problem. Whoosh! Will-O-Wisp's body was like a javelin as he flew diagonally upwards, sticking close to the ground. The white flames in his eyes drew a trail of Will-O-Wisp in the dark tunnel, leaving sparks behind. Tong Yunhai's expression changed. So fast. Tong Yunhai's team immediately turned around to defend against the enemy and used all sorts of attacks. Will-O-Wisp's body that was flying parallel to the ground like a javelin pushed against the ground with his right hand, and his body tilted to the left, breaking through the defense line of the 4 people. It was amazing and unexpected. Fast, simply too fast. Zheng Zhong's sharp senses told him that something was wrong. He stopped and stomped on the ground. The next moment, a stone wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of him. Bang! It was the sound of a long sword hitting the stone wall, followed by the sound of rocks flying. Bang! It was the sound of the stone wall shattering, but it did not come from Will-O-Wisp. It came from the delicate Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie could not bear to see it. She smashed the stone wall with her fist and also hit the sword that Will-O-Wisp had placed in front of his face. In an instant, Will-O-the-Wisp Su Ming was sent flying. "Oh no, we're surrounded!" Zheng Zhong shouted loudly. Yunhai's team of 4 immediately met up with Zheng Zhong and stood back to back. The footsteps of the fallen shadow warriors could be heard on both sides of the tunnel. From the sounds, there were at least 10 of them. On the other side, there were a few soldiers with white flames in their eyes. The Will-O-the-Wisp Su Ming, who had been sent flying, was caught by a soldier holding a huge blade by his waist and placed on the ground. Under the sword-wielding soldier's sword-like eyebrows, the Will-O-Wisps in his eyes burned brightly, and he let out a sinister laugh. He. Zheng Zhong hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. Wu-Yi has already touched the threshold of turning a star into a martial artist." Tong Yunhai cursed. Damn it, they're all so strong. How do they manage to control them? In the next moment, Ghost Flame Wu-Yi's body lit up with the Greatsword Star chart. The Will-O-the-Wisp Su Ming, whose chin had been smashed, was bleeding, and a book-shaped star chart lit up on his body. To outsiders, it was just a normal book, but Zheng Zhong and Zhang Xie knew that it was the sword encyclopedia that belonged solely to Su Ming. Zheng Zhong's expression was a little awkward. How did they manage to control them? Wasn't it because they were trying to save people? All of them died one by one. Then everyone held their breaths. Behind the Will-O-the-Wisp soldiers, a half-corporeal, half-ghostly creature emerged from the ground. Its eyes were also burning with Will-O-the-Wisp flames, and it slowly raised its claws that looked like they were real in fog. In an instant, a ball of silence came out of nowhere and smashed towards it. They saw that the cunning fallen shadow fiend had long since disappeared into the ground. It was as if its appearance was just a form of mockery. This was another form of attack, a blow to the soldiers' spirits. In the next moment, the unique screams of souls came from the depths of the tunnel. Right before everyone's eyes, Wu-Yi's soul, Su Ming's soul, and the other soldiers' souls floated towards them from afar, wailing in pain. They grabbed their heads madly with their hands, but they could not stop their fate of being controlled. In the blink of an eye, they were already before them. The soldiers broke out in cold sweat. Tong Yunhai shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Open a path with silence. Clear a path for me. Do not fight the fallen shadow fiend head-on. Shirley, cover our retreat." As he spoke, Tong Yunhai led the soldiers forward. In less than 10 seconds, they were fighting against a group of fallen shadow warriors. The soldier named Shirley clearly knew what his captain meant. He ran to the back of the team and stretched his hand behind him. The tunnel suddenly trembled, and rocks fell from the walls on both sides, as if the tunnel had collapsed, blocking the people behind him. The 6 soldiers with burning ghost flames in their eyes, led by Wu Yi, who held a big blade, and Su Ming, who held a long sword, were all blocked by the rolling stones. They used the weapons in their hands to attack the stones that blocked their way without restraint. Shirley lowered his head and charged forward with the team. Suddenly, he shouted, "Sorry, brothers!" At the front line, the soldiers who were fighting against the fallen shadow warriors felt sour in their hearts. They knew what Shirley meant by that. The falling rocks blocked the path of the physical bodies, but they could not stop the spirits from charging forward. Wu Yi's spirit held a sword in one hand and covered his burning eyes with the other. He dashed out, but what awaited him were sharp shadow blades. The rolling rocks blocked the path of the corpses, and obviously, it also blocked the vision of the fallen shadow demon, which allowed it to deliver the spirit to Shirley's mouth. Gold quality star technique, Wrath of the Shadow Blade. Shirley suddenly stopped in his tracks and fell far behind the team. However, he saw a large number of shadow blades being thrown in all directions with him as the center point. The conventional star techniques of ordinary soldiers could not hurt the spirits at all, be it wind, fire, thunder, or ice, stone, sand, or mud. They were completely different from the star techniques of the Sol system. They could not cause any harm to the creatures of the Sol system either. Besides, there were too few rules awakened who could absorb the Sol system star techniques, because the requirements for their star maps were too high. The star map of the combat system was compatible with Wrath of the Shadow Blade and other star techniques, just like Shirley. Woo! The 6 spirit soldiers were hit one after another. Their bodies that could not be harmed by conventional star techniques were pierced by the sharp shadow blades. They were holes that could not be healed. All of a sudden, the screams of the spirits were heard, as if a heavy hammer had smashed into the hearts of the soldiers. Shirley clenched his fists and released the wrath of the shadow blade in all directions. For Shirley, rationality was always more important than emotion. There were still people alive, people who were going out, and a group of people who were on mission. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of bombardment were like muffled thunder. Just as Shirley was attempting to completely destroy the tortured spirits, Ghostfire Wu Yi finally emerged from the pile of rolling stones. With a wave of his hand, several scorching flame arcs were shot towards him. Shirley was shocked and hurriedly dodged. He then turned around and left quickly. The spirits that had become stiff because of the attack finally regained their freedom. They dragged their battered bodies and chased after Shirley maniacally, trying to take revenge on him for what he had done in the past. However, Tong Yunhai, who was at the front line, suddenly retreated. As the captain, he was always paying attention to the situation. Tong Yunhai retreated from the front line and turned around abruptly. He pressed his hands down and yelled in the air, "Ah!" At the next moment, a bronze-colored star map appeared on his body, and a giant cauldron fell from the top of the tunnel. Bang! The spirits of the 6 soldiers, including Ghostfire Wu Yi, were all suppressed in the bronze cauldron. Ah, woo woo woo! They howled in pain and crashed into the bronze cauldron, but they could not escape. The cauldron originally had an opening, and from the looks of it, it could easily float out. However, there seemed to be an invisible cover above it that kept the spirits inside, preventing them from escaping. Next, something unexpected happened. Ghostfire Wu Yi's body suddenly lit up with a large blade star map. The blade shone with a piercing light. Then, Ghostfire Wu Yi pulled out the large blade from the star map in front of his chest and slashed at the bronze cauldron. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the illusory bronze cauldron. Tong Yunhai's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fists. As for the illusory bronze cauldron, it actually began to gradually shrink and shrink. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and Ghostfire Wu Yi followed. The star map of the sword classic floated on Ghostfire Wu Yi's body. The long sword in his hand dragged his body and drew out a cold sword glare. It landed on the cracks on the bronze cauldron and tore apart Tong Yunhai's bronze cauldron that had turned from stars into weapons. In the next moment, everyone and their spirits were free. Ghostfire Su Ming's broken chin was still bleeding. He swung his sword and aimed at Tong Yunhai from afar. Ghostfire's eyes burned fiercely. The battlefield was suddenly filled with silence. It made Tong Yunhai's heart turn cold. It was not because the cauldron in front of them had shattered and their enemies had regained their freedom, but because the soldiers at the front lines behind them had fallen silent. Why did the soldiers not use silence to stop Wu Yi from turning from stars into weapons? Did they stop Su Ming from shattering the cauldron? Was it because the front lines were too chaotic? No. Tong Yunhai's team had been using silence to open up a path. When it came to breaking through, Silence Domain had its flaws. After all, they had to walk through the domain of silence in the end, which was why they had to control their time well. But they had no choice but to use silence. Once the fallen Shadow Shaman succeeded, this team might really die here. The scene that Tong Yunhai did not want to see the most appeared. The soldiers who had been fighting at the front lines fell silent. What did this mean? Without a doubt, the soldiers at the front lines had fallen silent. Heh. Ghostfire Wu Yi laughed sinisterly and exchanged a glance with Ghostfire Su Ming beside him. Drip, drip, blood dripped down from Su Ming's shattered lower jaw, and it happened very quickly. At the instant the third drop of blood fell to the ground, he instantly turned into a sword glare and shot through the air at an extreme speed, charging straight towards the sea of clouds. Almost at the same time, Ghostfire Wu Yi's star map blade also turned into a sword glare and charged toward Shirley, who was lagging behind. Tong Yunhai and Shirley were just about to move when they noticed a person moving past them. Their vision blurred and another person appeared. Ding, ding, broadsword against broadsword, longsword against broadsword. In the depths of the tunnel in the distance, there was also a beautiful figure. Like a phantom, her tall and slender figure slashed through the air with a sword glare and knocked down a group of fallen shadow warriors. Her body might have disappeared in the blink of an eye within the domain of silence. But the sword had already shattered, and she was already prepared for it. She had already drawn the sword on her back, and with an unparalleled momentum, she arrived before Su Ming's longsword, even though she had moved later. At the same time, a person appeared out of nowhere and blocked Ghostfire Wu Yi's path. The steel blade clashed against the broadsword in his hand. Shirley! Tong Yunhai! Dong! Xiaoyan used the powerful momentum to send the unprepared Ghostfire Su Ming flying with the broadsword in her hands. She then stood in front of Tong Yunhai. Dong! The green light from the broadsword was even more direct and efficient, sending Ghostfire Wu Yi flying in an instant. He saw Jiang Shao standing in front of Shirley with the broadsword in his hand. He frowned slightly and lifted his head to look at the souls who were running around and wailing in pain. He saw 6 tortured souls and 6 weeping soldiers. Jiang Shao held the broadsword tightly and lifted his head to look at the crying souls. His face was incredibly dark. Damn it! Fallen Shadow Fiend. Chapter 713. Jiang Shao had seen similar star techniques in the upper dimension. Apparently, the blind woman could also control the souls of the corpses and turn them into her tools. However, Blind Lady's ink flower star technique was obviously different from the fallen shadow star techniques. At that time, Jiang Shao didn't feel much emotional when he saw the Blind Lady controlling the savages. However, when Jiang Shao saw the guardians being manipulated one by one, it was a huge blow to him. Where is the fallen shadow demon? Jiang Shao asked while stepping on the halo of nostalgia. Dark golden halos lit up beneath the feet of the soldiers, and the time scale began to rotate rapidly. Tong Yunhai frantically answered, "It went underground, so we haven't been able to find it." Before the word arrive could be heard, Tong Yunhai's words came to an abrupt halt. It was because a translucent black ripple teleportation shield had quietly appeared and dispersed in all directions. As the teleportation shield spread, Han Jiangxue appeared in the tunnel with a ripple ball in her hands, together with Gu Shern and a group of fireworks puppets. All of a sudden, the dark tunnel was brightly lit, and the sound of flames crackling could be heard. Is this a search and rescue team? Damn, this is a search and rescue team, isn't it? Han Jiangxue ordered loudly. Everyone move closer to me. The fireworks puppets will fill up your empty spots. As he spoke, a large number of firework puppets moved forward and backward. Most of them went to the front line, while a few of them explored the tunnel behind them. There were also a few firework puppets that emitted flames entangled with the souls that were scurrying around. Tong Yunhai's eyes lit up. Spatial star technique. And it's a teleportation star technique. The short-haired girl just now clearly had a star technique of rapid movement. Although the boy had a high-level spatial star technique, it was clearly teleportation and not teleportation. Great, there's a Dharma god-level figure here. Do we still need a breakthrough? We can teleport out now. As the fireworks puppets emitted flames and reached the front line, the soldiers hurriedly retreated. Although they did not know them, it was not the time to hesitate. It was enough to know that they were reinforcements. Afterwards, Han Jiangxue held the black ripple ball in her hand again, and a black space teleportation shield immediately appeared, enveloping everyone. Boom! A muffled sound. Jiang Shao was shocked and hurriedly looked to the left, only to see that outside the translucent teleportation shield, Ghost Flame Wu Yi's sword was slashing at the teleportation shield. He roared loudly, and the ghostly fire in his eyes seemed to want to burn his entire head into ashes. The Black Space Guard's teleportation barrier had both the teleportation ability and the defensive ability. It was always hidden in the dark, controlling the suffering souls and the will of the Wisp soldiers to make the humans kill each other. However, when it discovered that the meat in its mouth was about to escape, the fallen shadow demon finally appeared. Although it only had half of its body left, it had indeed appeared. It didn't want to see its prey escape. All of them should be its food and should be controlled by it. Their bodies and souls should all be under its control. The fallen shadow demon expressed its dissatisfaction, anger, and extreme resentment towards such an outcome. Coincidentally, that was what Jiang Shao thought too. Hence, Jiang Shao stayed. Bang! With a burst of sound of silence, the fallen shadow demon whose body was hanging on the top of the tunnel was smashed out. Due to the fact that half of its body was still in the stone wall of the ceiling, it was hard to imagine what kind of conflict had occurred between its body and the stone wall. Only half of its body could be seen twisting continuously. Jiang Zhao's knife was already ready. A rapidly rotating giant blade was aimed at the body of the fallen shadow demon on the ceiling. In the nick of time, the half of the fallen shadow demon's body shattered into pieces. It grabbed onto the wall with its sharp claws and quickly climbed onto the wall. Under the huge force, its dodging speed was extremely fast. The giant steel blade was actually inserted into the broken stone pit. The timing was simply a joke of fate. The fallen shadow demon laughed sinisterly and quickly climbed up the wall. While trying to rush out of the range of the sound of silence, it was still in the mood to turn around and laugh at the poor star warrior. The range of the sound of silence was only so large. Once it climbed out, its body would be able to disappear into the wall, and no one would be able to find it. Just as the fallen shadow demon turned its head and taunted, a dark red giant blade had already spun at an extremely fast speed. It drew a bloody light and had already arrived in front of its face. Diamond-level green glow. It created an unparalleled knife. Speed. Power. The sharp, dark red giant blade accompanied by the Star Warrior transformation. Bang! There was a deafening sound. The sharp tip of the blade directly tore the fallen shadow witch's head apart and exploded the ghostly flames on its head. The head of the fallen shadow demon was then pierced deeply into the wall. Ha! 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 Not far away, Jiang Zhao's body was glowing with the flowery blade star map, and he was still in the position of swinging his sword. His eyes that were always mischievous had never been seen before, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. He no longer swung the sound of silence, because he did not want the fallen shadow demon to live for another second. Swoosh! The dark space teleportation shield suddenly opened. Jiang Shao! Han Jiangshue's voice was extremely cold, and her face was covered in frost. However, she did not say anything else because the sound of ghosts was echoing in the tunnel. Woo-woo. The sound was no longer miserable or sharp. The souls of the soldiers floated down, and there was no longer a look of pain on their faces. They floated around Jiang Shao and faced Jiang Shao from all angles. They kept screaming at him as if they were conveying some kind of message. Han Jiangxue covered her mouth with one hand, and her heart trembled slightly. She had never seen such a scene before. In fact, she had never thought that she would encounter such a scene. Han Jiangxue stood beside Jiang Shao, who was also in the middle of the 6 souls that surrounded him. Han Jiangxue kept turning around and looking at the souls that surrounded them in an attempt to see something from their faces. She wanted to know what they were trying to express. However, the eyes of the souls were burning with ghostly flames that occupied half of their faces, making it difficult for others to see their expressions. However, their voices... That voice! Han Jiangxue couldn't understand. She really couldn't. Jiang Shao simply stared at Wu Yi's soul silently and watched as he continuously opened his mouth and moaned. Slowly, the 6 souls surrounding the 2 of them gradually dissipated and disappeared in the tunnel, as if they had never appeared in this world and left no traces behind. On the battlefield in the distance, teams of fireworks puppets were still fighting with the fallen shadow warriors. On the other side, in the depths of the tunnel, the corpses of several soldiers who were controlled by the fireworks puppets collapsed the moment the fallen shadow demon died. Jiang Shao strode over and cast a platinum blessing on him. Although it was a tunnel with a ceiling, the huge tunnel was tall enough to allow the beam of light to descend vertically from above. The huge platinum beam of light fell on the corpses and even drowned a few firework hounds. The splashing and flowing light also made the other firework hounds retreat quickly. When Jiang Shao walked towards the corpses, they were still lying limply on the ground without any signs of life. They had been dead for a long time and could not be healed. Han Jiangxue followed behind Jiang Shao and asked softly, "Did you understand what they meant? What are they going to do? They want you to try to heal them?" "No, I don't understand what they're saying, and I don't know what they're going to do either." Jiang Shao shook his head. When the flowing glow of blessing dissipated, Jiang Shao strode in and lifted Wu Yi's corpse. He then overlapped the resolute face with the ghost's face. Jiang Shao helped the soldiers up one by one and lined them up. He then made them sit against the stone wall and said, "But I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring you back to the team. I'm going to bring you home." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 714. I'll write more than 4,000 words in hopes that everyone will have a good time reading it. When a black space teleportation barrier suddenly appeared at the entrance of the shadow cave, the guards nearby immediately became nervous. They immediately dispatched their troops and rushed over. To their surprise, when the teleportation barrier completely spread out, the group of guardian soldiers actually saw their comrade in arms. Some of them were alive, while some were dead. It was not a pleasant scene. Second Last dreamed of dying on the battlefield and dying in battle. Perhaps that was the case for this group of soldiers too. However, the living might not be as carefree as the dead soldiers. There was a sorrowful aura under the gray sky. The team did not meet up with the guards again, nor did they head to the place where they were stationed. Instead, they went straight to the space gate and waited for instructor Jiang Hong to communicate with the guards. Very soon, instructor Jiang Hong returned with the exact information. The 2 missing teams have been found. 2 of the 6 soldiers controlled by the fallen shadow demon belonged to the rescue team, while the remaining 4 and the 2 who had escaped previously belonged to the 2 missing teams. The number of soldiers did not add up because 2 of the soldiers had already been eaten by the fallen shadow demon. Tong Yinhai, Shirlei, Zhang Xie, Zheng Zhong, and the others all wanted to thank Jiang Zhao's team for what they had done, but when they reported the situation in detail to the guard station at the location, they discovered that the special team had already disappeared. Tong Yinhai found out from his comrades that it was a team of wasteland reclaimers who had come to train. The familiar-looking boy was really the toxic healer who had once dazzled the World Cup. Let's talk about Jiang Shao. After such an incident, the few of them couldn't possibly be in a good mood. They left just like that. To them, the trip to the Shadow Cave was just a small node in their lives. However, to the soldiers stationed in the Shadow Cave, it was likely to be a lifetime. Jiang Shao could only pray for them and hope that they would be able to spend every minute and second safely there. After returning to Earth and walking out of the barracks, instructor Jiang Hong left on his own according to the agreement. Although the team was not in the mood to have fun, Jiang Shao insisted on staying. The sky was already dark, so they found a hotel to discuss further. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't want to go on a vacation. He still had serious matters to attend to. He had to return to Beijing and make a trip to the snowfield. Jiang Shao found an adequate excuse for that. He told everyone that the Guardians of the Night were looking for him. The excuse was perfect. Even if Qin Wangchuan and the principal, Yang Chunsan, were here, they wouldn't be able to stop Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue knew what Jiang Shao wanted to do and didn't raise too many questions. She simply said that she would return to school with Xia Yin and Gu Shiren tomorrow. At night, Jiang Shao knocked on the door of Han Jiangxue's room. The star beads needed for the decoy were still in Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher, and he needed to complete them. You two squat down. Don't cut your heads. Jiang Shao stood in the living room of the hotel room and gestured for them to squat down. Spatial star techniques were not to be taken lightly. Even if Jiang Shao had diamond-quality endurance, his body would still be broken under the power of the dimensional cutting blade, let alone Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. Jiang Shao activated the Calamity Ruins, and everyone leaped into it one after another. As soon as they entered, they saw the humming bear that was having a meal. Looking at its furry and chubby figure, they felt that it was indeed very healing. The Ying bear had already grown up. In the extremely dense star power environment, it was growing bigger by the day. It originally took 3 to 5 years for it to reach maturity, but at this moment, it was already close to 4 meters tall. It was so tall that one would have to buy an adult ticket to take the train. It was said that the mature bamboo bear would be between 1.8 to 2 meters tall. Of course, there were also bamboo bears that were more than 2 meters tall, but they were rare. Hey, humming bear, did you miss me? Xia Yin scurried over and pounced on it, causing it to fall to the ground. The bamboo bear had just torn open the packaging of a small pudding when it fell to the human cannonball, and the pudding was splattered on its furry face. Humming. The humming bear blinked and wiped the pudding on its face with its claws in a bid to send it into its mouth. Hey, it's dirty. Stop eating. There's new pudding here. Xia Yin hurriedly grabbed the humming bear's claws and turned around to look for snacks, only to discover that the snack basket beside her was already empty. At this moment, she and the humming bear were lying in a pile of trash, surrounded by torn packaging bags. Not only could this guy eat, but it was also a garbage factory. Xia Yin also finally discovered that there was some feces hidden under the packaging of the snacks. All of a sudden, Xia Yin was in a terrible mood. You're so cute. Why do you have to poop? Han Jiangxue looked at the flustered Xia Yin and the bamboo bear that was acting as a cushion. It's getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Yeah, it won't be long before we can go to the battlefield. I'm going to take the initiative to explain the fusion of the black and white candle and the bamboo bear. Do you think I should tell Qin Wangchuan or second last? Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said after some thought, second last. Apart from second last, don't you have a good relationship with the top boss in the Northwest? Jiang Shao grinned and thought, good relationship? That's because the big boss admires me. How am I related to her? I'm a soldier and she's my superior. However, the Northwest Army tried their best to transfer second last from the Guardians of the Night in the North to the Northwest Army. Of course, it was also because of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was very clear about that. Hence, Jiang Shao might be more influential in the Guardians of the Night, not to mention that he was an official light chaser. Okay, by the way, give me the Fallen Shadow, which star bead. I'll see if I can advance it to the diamond quality Sound of Silence. Xiaopi, open the door. I'll take it to the shower. It's so dirty. Xia Yin picked up the pudding humming bear, which was still rubbing its furry face against Xia Yan's face. In the past, Xia Yin would definitely have been elated to see such a coquettish action. However, the pudding was now all over her body, which made her furious. Jiang Shao casually opened the door of the Scourge Ruins, and Xia Yin hopped out with Chubby in her arms. Remember to open the door in 20 minutes. Oh. Jiang Shao looked down at his watch while Han Jiangxue activated Sky Smasher to find a star bead. No problem. Jiang Shao grabbed a star bead and checked the information in the internal star map. There were enough platinum quality fallen shadow, which star beads, and there was even an extra one. There were also 2 gold quality fallen shadow, which star beads. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao star beads could only increase the quality of the star beads and not the quality of the star techniques in the star beads. Otherwise, it would be a good choice for Han Jiangxue to absorb the extra platinum quality fallen shadow, which star bead. Han Jiangxue asked softly, "What star technique do you plan to equip the decoy with this time?" In the darkness, a figure walked over from afar and said, "Flower Blade Star Map, Melee Combat School." Huh? Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see Jiang Shao holding a flower blade. "Don't you plan to get a medical star technique?" Jiang Shao shook his head with a smile and said, "It's useless. Damn it, it won't delay me. The combat power of the creatures on the alien sphere isn't something that could be pulled back from the brink of death by a few starfall techniques." At the side, Jiang Shao was absorbing the star beads while Han Jiangxue walked away with Jiang Shao, not wanting to disturb him while he was upgrading his star technique. Han Jiangxue asked, "How do you plan to match them?" Jiang Shao said, "Shadow Crow, Perception, Green Glow, and Endurance. These were necessary. The Shadow Crow star bead has a 3-star technique, while the Ghost Tiger star bead has a 4-star technique. I'll probably waste a lot of my star slots. I'll absorb Green Glow and Endurance first. After I go up, I'll walk around the snowfield in the alien sphere and upgrade Green Glow and Endurance to gold quality. It would be perfect if I could upgrade them to platinum quality." There were indeed a small number of white ghoul witches in the alien sphere that were of platinum quality. As for the white ghouls, Senior He-Yun had never seen them before. Just because he hadn't seen them before didn't mean that they didn't exist. What if there were? Han Jiangxue thought about it and agreed with Jiang Zhao's plan. Jiang Shao suddenly said, "I have an idea." "Huh?" Han Jiangxue asked with raised brows. "Tell me about it." Decoy Jiang Shao said, "If there are still star slots left after absorbing those star techniques, I'm going to try the star technique of desperation. If I can absorb the blade of desperation, my chances of survival will be greatly increased." Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up, and she said, "Xiaoyan's double-handed sword star map is extremely compatible with the star technique of desperation. Your flower blade star map is of the same nature as hers. Most importantly, your understanding of star maps is more than 100 times better than Xiaoyan's. I think this plan is very feasible." "Oh, it's out!" Jiang Shao exclaimed as he turned around to look at Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue asked, "What?" Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly, "My sound of silence has been upgraded to diamond quality." "Oh!" As soon as Han Jiangxue turned around to look, she felt like she had been hit on the back of her head with a stick. Not only did it make Han Jiangxue feel dizzy, but it also caused the star power in her body to go berserk, making it impossible for her to use any more star techniques. After being hit by the stick, Han Jiangxue felt that the surrounding space had frozen. The star power in her body surged violently, causing Han Jiangxue's blood to surge and a sweet taste in her throat. Han Jiangxue initially wanted to swallow the blood because she didn't want others to see her injured. As proud as she was, this was her first reaction. However, the actual situation did not allow her to be too proud. Han Jiangxue actually found that the blood in her mouth was difficult to swallow as it slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Cough, cough. Han Jiangxue finally couldn't take it anymore. She opened her mouth and was about to cough violently, but she couldn't make a sound at all. Her entire body was being controlled, and the frozen air around her seemed to have made Han Jiangxue feel like she had fallen into the deep sea. Han Jiangxue's breathing was short and rapid, but the feeling of suffocation did not disappear. She hurriedly retreated, but her expression changed drastically. Han Jiangxue was shocked to find that her movements had slowed down. It was just a simple step, but it was extremely strenuous. It was as if everything had frozen in the sound of silence. She had to go through countless difficulties and get rid of all obstacles before she could take a step forward. That was simply unbelievable. This diamond quality sound of silence is actually equipped with a deceleration effect. Deceleration? That's not deceleration. It's confinement. In the distance, Jiang Shao was looking at his internal star map with a frown. Diamond sound of silence consumes a large amount of star power and stops all sounds. Prevents all targets in a specific area from using star techniques, and imbues the area with a certain confinement effect. Causes the star power of all targets in the area to go berserk and deal a heavy blow to the target. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Compared to the platinum sound of silence, there were only a few changes in the introduction. It was originally, causes the star power of all targets in the area to be agitated and chaotic, but now it had become violent. More importantly, there was a sentence added in the middle, also imbues the area with a certain confinement effect. Confinement effect? What does that mean? Jiang Shao raised his head and looked into the distance. The decoy, Jiang Shao, was also in the sound of silence with an extremely sullen expression. He seemed to be gritting his teeth. After their senses were connected, Jiang Shao finally discovered how perverted he was. No. Jiang Shao discovered how perverted his diamond, sound of silence, was. Damn it, this confinement is rather powerful. Not only does it prohibit the target from using star techniques, but it also imprisons the target in the sound of silence. However, it wasn't appropriate to call it imprisonment. After all, the person inside could still move, but they would have to go through a lot of difficulties before they could escape. Since such an effect has been added, what about the star quality sound of silence? Can it really imprison a person? Without allowing the target to use star techniques or escape, I'll just use the sound of silence to smash them to death with the additional heavy blow effect. Jiang Shao was daydreaming when he saw a scene in front of him. Jiang Shao froze and got a great shock. He frantically reached out and threw Bell at Han Jiangxue. What's going on? What's wrong with you? I wasn't paying attention. Why are you bleeding? I, Jiang Shao, have to be responsible for you. Look at my diamond bell. Ring, ring, ring. The bouncing medical light lit up the scourge ruins and shuttled back and forth between the decoy, Jiang Shao, and Han Jiangxue. It could be seen that the star techniques would not be confined in the sound of silence. At the very least, Bell was still moving forward and bouncing at its original speed. After throwing Bell, Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face, and he rubbed his buzz cut out of habit while muttering to himself. Oh my, what's going on? Why is a random star technique of diamond quality? Whose kid is this? Why is he so strong? Peak. Chapter 715. It seems that the intensity of silence can be adjusted. Can the intensity of diamond quality silence finally be adjusted like Bell, Blessing, Green Glow, and other star techniques? The ability to adjust the intensity seemed to be the direction of development for most star techniques. Jiang Shao silently sensed the newly advanced star technique. He found the bait from afar and raised his hand to cast sound of silence again. This time, it was the most primitive gold quality sound of silence. The gold quality sound of silence didn't even have the painful impact effect, let alone the confinement effect. It was the most primitive sound of silence. Han Jiangxue walked over. Under the effects of Bell, her body had been completely healed. What was more terrifying was that Han Jiangxue's mind was extremely calm after being healed by Bell. Seeing that Jiang Shao was secretly pondering over the new star technique, Han Jiangxue suppressed her anger and did not disturb him. The first star technique, Diamond Enmity, doesn't seem to have changed much. Diamond Enmity, when attacked by an enemy, there's a 5% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. Passive technique, active, continuous consumption of star power. Jiang Shao touched his chin and wondered, the probability has changed? Did it go from 3% to 5%? Nothing else has changed? Logically speaking, Enmity was the star technique that Jiang Shao used the least, but it was also a divine star technique that had saved his life. During battles, such as the one where the female leader of Conkind was wanted, Jiang Shao had activated enmity, but it had never been triggered. Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao's battles in school were mostly for training, competitions, and challenges, he did not report his star technique enmity when he boarded the plane to register. Hence, he had never activated it. After all, if the opponent was suddenly paralyzed, burned, set on fire, or frozen, it would be difficult to explain the situation. Jiang Shao didn't want to cause trouble for himself. During battles, he could use enmity to a certain extent. However, during competitions, Jiang Shao had to bear with it. He still had high hopes for the star technique that had truly saved Jiang Zhao's life before. However, the diamond quality enmity only increased the chance of triggering it to 5%. It didn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined it to be. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. Han Jiangxue calmed the violent star power in her body and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses. He had indeed thought of something interesting just now. According to Jiang Zhao's current physical strength and the terrifying diamond endurance, it gave him an extremely powerful defense. The star technique, enmity, seemed to have a low trigger rate, but it was most effective against melee combat. For example, Zhao Wenlong's 3 shadows encirclement, and Zhao Wenlong's 1 punch could produce over 100 fish shadows. According to the probability, if hundreds of fish shadows were to hit Jiang Zhao's body, it should be enough to trigger resentment 5 times, right? The moment Zhao Wenlong punched out, he should have felt dizzy, stiff, vomited, poisoned, blinded. All sorts of strange negative effects were applied to Zhao Wenlong at the same time. Yes, the probability of triggering this resentment is low, but the old cadre's fists are fast. Jiang Shao couldn't help but chuckle. TSK, TSK. I'm really a toxic healer. In the end, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but feel displeased that she had become a test subject, and that Jiang Shao had kept it a secret from her. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's ear before tugging it down forcefully. "What are you thinking so happily about? You didn't even answer when I asked you." Since his ear was being pulled, Jiang Shao had no choice but to lower his head. Jiang Shao gasped and exclaimed, Hey, you're a star warrior. Let go, you don't know how strong you are." Han Jiangxue released her hand and looked at Jiang Shao, who was rubbing his ear. She said, "Do you know how strong your silence is?" Jiang Shao fell silent all of a sudden. But who's the toxic healer? He's thick-skinned and thick-skinned. He immediately changed the topic. "Who did you learn this from? No one around knows how to do it, right?" Indeed, it was a new experience for Jiang Shao to have his ear pulled. The people around Jiang Shao had never done such a thing before. Not even once. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "You've grown taller. It's easier to pull." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Taller my A*S. I've been training every day, eating delicious food, and even eating the nutritious meals specially prepared by the Wasteland Army in school. It has been a long time, and Jiang Zhao's height has been fixed at 182 centimeters. However, it's still all right. Although Jiang Shao is a younger brother among the Star Warriors, he's still not bad among the ordinary people. However, thinking about the best man, Hai Tianqing, and the flag protector, Qin Wangchuan, Jiang Shao felt even more resentful and wondered if he could increase the probability of triggering diamond resentment. Yes, that must be it. Since the heavens had already given me the unparalleled beauty of the king of poison healers, what more could I ask for? That's not right. Hai Tianqing, why can you both? This bastard. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao said, "By the way, Teacher Hai and Teacher Fong are getting married on June 23rd. Huh? Han Jiangxue didn't expect Jiang Shao to say that. She also didn't expect Hai Tianqing and Fong Xingyun to be holding a wedding. In fact, Han Jiangxue had almost forgotten about it. Yeah, Hai Tianqing seemed to have proposed to Fong Xingyun during the World Cup. While looking at the diamond mudstream light in his internal star map, Jiang Shao said, "The two teachers are preparing for a small wedding. Will you accompany me?" Han Jiangxue asked, "Small wedding? I thought it would be a grand wedding." With Fong Xingyun around, everyone would think that it would be a grand wedding. After all, her family was there. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "The two of them have pledged to marry each other privately. I hope that Hai Tianqing's marriage will be broken off by the big family. Then, Teacher Hai will hold back his anger and work hard decisively. He will obtain an opportunity, unlock a cheat, and become a god step by step." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's mind raced, and he said, "Summon a few flame clowns. I'll try using the countercurrent light." Han Jiangxue was still thinking about Hai Tianqing's story based on the outline given by Jiang Shao. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's request, she snapped back to her senses and summoned 2 flame clowns. Squeak! Woo! The 2 flame clowns were put together and hopped around excitedly. Han Jiangxue pressed her palms down slightly, and the 2 flame clowns immediately became listless and stood on the spot dejectedly. It was rather infuriating that the principal's mother doesn't allow me to play, but I can only pout and don't dare to say anything. Jiang Shao said, "There aren't enough." Han Jiangxue summoned a few more flame clowns from the kindergarten. Jiang Shao threw out the countercurrent light. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and watched as Jiang Shao exerted all his strength. However, he couldn't throw out the 10th countercurrent light, no matter how hard he tried. The 10th flame clown stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Sensing that the other 9 companions had been connected by the thick countercurrent light, the remaining flame clown suddenly felt like it was being isolated. The flame clown actually stretched out its arms and wanted to hug Jiang Shao. If it weren't for Han Jiangxue, it would have probably pounced on him. Jiang Shao was speechless. Diamond countercurrent light throws out several continuous rays of light that share vitality and star power with the connected target. Indeed, there were no changes in the introduction of the platinum quality and diamond quality countercurrent light. Not a single punctuation mark was changed. However, there was a huge hidden change. The previous 5 rays of countercurrent light had now increased to a maximum of 9. Besides, just like the other star techniques, the current countercurrent light could also adjust the size of the water pipe, which meant the strength of the star technique. Jiang Shao grinned. There were a few more water pipes and more options to adjust the strength of the star technique. The largest water pipe could also be enlarged. Apart from that, there were no other changes. It doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. It was worth mentioning that Yin Xiaosu, who had been imbued with star power, did not seem to have any intention of advancing. Jiang Shao reckoned that the summoned creatures probably couldn't be upgraded. Jiang Shao retracted his star technique, turned around, and explained to Han Jiangxue there are just a few more lines that can be connected to a few more targets. The size of the countercurrent light can be adjusted, and the speed and total amount of star power can be adjusted. Other than that, there are no other changes. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao silently, as if she was looking at a silly son of a landlord. Do you know what the normal countercurrent light looks like? Do you know what the current countercurrent light looks like? Why can't I see any joy on your face? Anyway, come with me to the wedding on June 23rd. Jiang Shao looked down at his watch, reached out his right hand, and opened the space door of the Scourge Ruins. All in all, the advanced quality of the 3-star techniques in 1-star technique was still acceptable. The explosive power of the Sound of Silence was enough to make up for the other 2-star techniques. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Sure, what about Xiayan? Do you want to look for Li Wei?" The team of 4 used to be Hai Tianqing students during high school. Jiang Shao said, "They said that it's going to be a small one, but I don't know if they want so many guests. I'll ask Teacher Hai." "Hey, what are you two talking about? What's wrong with Hai Tianqing?" Xiayan asked as she hopped in with Chubby Bear in her arms. Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light on Chubby Bear and quickly replenished its star power. When he was experimenting with the countercurrent light just now, he had given all his star power to the little burning man. "It's nothing. Teacher Hai and Teacher Fong are about to succeed." While speaking, Jiang Zhao's face slowly turned into a circular mask. When he summoned the decoy previously, Jiang Shao did not summon it in a camouflage state. Hence, Jiang Shao appeared with his original appearance. Jiang Shao then switched to the Flower Blade star map to ensure that the decoy he summoned was a fighter. At the side, the decoy Jiang Shao placed the giant steel sword and star bead on the ground. There was no need for him to remove his clothes. After all, they were all illusions. At the next moment, Jiang Shao summoned a new decoy, and the decoy in the distance disappeared without a trace. A new decoy with a circle-shaped mask and a flower blade star chart was summoned. It strode towards the direction of the giant steel blade. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "If you're afraid that the other star techniques of the Ghost Tiger Star Bead will take up your star slot, you can take Li Wei's route and look for the Little Lungur Star Bead in Hubei Province. You can absorb the brass quality star technique alone and replace it with the silver quality star technique of the Ghost Tiger Star Technique." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay, maybe next time. There's no time. I'll bring the decoy to the snowfield tomorrow morning. Help me contact the trading firm and buy some Little Lungur star beads. You can use this plan when you summon the decoy next time." Upon hearing his words, Han Jiangxue sighed deeply. Jiang Shao said next time, which meant that he was pessimistic about his trip to the foreign sphere. The final outcome would definitely be death, and he probably wouldn't live long. Han Jiangxue watched as the two Jiang Shaos walked over and picked up the star beads. The scene made her feel rather conflicted. Which star warrior wouldn't work hard in order to become a superior person? However, he was different. Although he was also working hard, he was still working hard under the premise that he knew the outcome. It was just like how everyone would die sooner or later. However, everyone had a different attitude towards death. Besides, Jiang Shao was not waiting for death but going to it. What kind of star warrior is he? What kind of attitude does he have towards life? That might be the greatest characteristic that sets him apart from the other star warriors. Apex. Chapter 716. The next morning, Jiang Shao boarded the plane back to Beijiang Province with the bait from the Scourge Ruins. This time, both the demon and the angel descended, and each grabbed one of Jiang Zhao's hands. It was because when he absorbed the Shadow Crow Star Bead this time, he had absorbed the two star techniques, Conjuring Crow, Summoning Crows, and Chaotic Crow, prolonging Conjuring Crows and causing Conjuring Crows to explode. Only then did he acquire the Shadow Crow Star Technique. That was clearly a waste of 2 star slots. If possible, Jiang Shao only needed the Shadow Crow Star Technique to lure him. However, there were very few useless star techniques in this world. There were only useless star warriors. Unfortunately, the star technique of the Ghost Tiger Star Bead also occupied 3 of his star slots. When the Ghost Tiger Star Bead was completely depleted, Jiang Shao first absorbed the star techniques of sharpness, making his limbs as tough as steel, and swiftness, making his movements and reactions faster, before acquiring the star technique of perception. However, logically speaking, swiftness was also good. The only thing that Jiang Shao did not really need was the star technique sharpness. After all, compared to fists and kicks, cold weapons were Jiang Zhao's priority. The angel also grabbed one of Jiang Zhao's hands because Jiang Zhao's star map was really compatible with the star technique of desperation. Just like Xia Yan, Jiang Shao also finally felt the so-called feeling of clarity. Back then, when Han Jiangxue absorbed the flamethrower puppet, she said that she felt clarity. At that time, Han Jiangxue absorbed 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. When Xia Yan absorbed the star technique of desperation, she also felt a sense of clarity. Although she did not manage to acquire 2 star techniques in 1 star bead, due to various reasons, she managed to acquire the star technique Blade of Desperation after consuming very few star beads. As for Jiang Shao, with the qualifications of 9 star slots, he actually managed to acquire the core star technique of Desperation, Blade of Desperation, from the 9th Ghoul Star Bead. That was a platinum quality star technique. The extremely compatible star map and Jiang Zhao's understanding of the Flower Blade star map allowed him to experience the feeling of clarity when he absorbed the star beads. The compatible star map even seemed to have broken through the limitations of his qualifications. Jiang Shao initially thought that he would have to give up Green Glow and endure one of them. To his surprise, the angel's hand was still very soft and tender. At least, it felt much more comfortable than the demon's hand. At this point, Jiang Shao, a melee fighter, had completely taken shape. The Shadow Crow series, the Ghost Bee series, the Desperado series, and the White Ghoul's dual divine skills created an agile fighter that could transform, fly, and move at high speed. In general, Jiang Xiao was satisfied with the combination of his star techniques. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he would know once he pulled it out for a spin. After sending the bait into the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Xiao played with the White Ghouls for a few days before returning to his home in Jiangbin City. He then gave Second Last a call. Unfortunately, Second Last didn't pick it up. Jiang Xiao received Second Last's call when he was waiting at the airport. Hearing Second Last's voice again, Jiang Xiao felt rather emotional. She didn't go home for the Lunar New Year this time, and Jiang Xiao felt that he hadn't seen her for several years. Hearing Second Last's tired voice, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but say, "Let me know anytime if you need me." A muffled voice sounded from behind the mask, but Second Last got straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao got up and walked out of the waiting area, after which he walked to a corner and said, "There's something wrong with the black and white candle and the bamboo bear. These two guys seem to have merged." Second Last asked, "Huh?" Although Second Last wasn't standing in front of Jiang Xiao could already imagine how shocked she looked from her tone of voice. "Yes," Jiang Xiao confirmed. "I've been playing with these two in my Scourge ruins, and I've had to feed them. I noticed that they're in a fused state. The bamboo bear's head looks like it's wearing a hat, and the black and white candlelight is on its head." After a moment of silence, Second Last said, "The bodies of the black and white candle are very soft and can change shape easily. Are you sure it's the fusion of the two star beasts, and not just for fun?" Jiang Xiao said, "I'm not very sure. After all, two star beasts can be separated at will. However, when the bamboo bear uses the round bamboo star technique, there's an additional effect of the ice flame of the black and white candle." Second Last pondered for a moment and asked, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "I want to keep my star pet. I said that the two of them have merged because of this special additional effect. On the other hand, I discovered that I can put both star pets into the same star slot." After a while, Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to keep your star pet, we have to report it to the higher-ups in time." Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a female voice. "Passengers heading to the Imperial Capital, please take note. Your flight CA 1448 is now boarding. Please bring your belongings and show your boarding pass." Hearing the voice in the background, Second Last said, "You're not in the capital." Jiang Xiao said, "Yeah, I went to Tianjin to carry out a mission. The bait died, so I went home and sent the bait into the snowfield." Second Last said, "Change your flight to Jincheng City, Long'an Province. I'll bring you along to report to the higher-ups." "That's better. You have the right to report such matters to the higher-ups." In fact, Second Last had always been displeased with Jiang Zhao's decision to stay in school. She didn't care that he was still in the middle of a semester and simply summoned him. Since he had a favor to ask, Jiang Xiao naturally accepted her summons. However, to Jiang Zhao's surprise, the excuse that he found 2 days ago actually came true this time. Jiang Xiao asked curiously, "Aren't you outside?" Second Last said, "Yeah, I'm also back to report the situation. Since you're back, I'll take you out for a walk." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by a walk? Do you really think I'm a bird? I can be a bird, but can you turn into an old man in slippers?" Jiang Xiao immediately changed his flight ticket. There was a flight to Jincheng in 2 hours, which was quite a coincidence. Unfortunately, the flight was delayed for more than 4 hours. It didn't matter if it was a coincidence or not. When he arrived at Jincheng City, the provincial capital of Long'an Province, it was already past 7 p.m. Jiang Xiao was pitiful because no one was there to pick him up. Jiang Xiao hailed a taxi and went straight to the small town that was half military and half civilian. Jiang Xiao had been there before and was also awarded the Crescent Moon Medal there. Hence, he was rather familiar with the place. The taxi stopped at the side of the street, and Jiang Xiao alighted, only to see a clear distinction between the two. The south side of the street was filled with the liveliness of the citizens, as was the entire Nanchang district south of the street. On the north side of the street was the military compound, which was extremely quiet and solemn. There were even soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Jiang Shao was wearing a gaudy hoodie, jeans, a cap, and a mask. He rummaged through his school bag for his identification while walking towards the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the compound. He looked just like a lost tourist. Hey, kiddo. On the other side of the street, an old man who was playing chess at the entrance of a restaurant shouted at Jiang Shao with a cigarette in his mouth and kept waving at him. Come back, come back. Jiang Shao turned his head and nodded slightly at the enthusiastic old man before handing his identification to the soldier. After a while, a soldier came out of the sentry post and led Jiang Shao in. The cigarette in the old man's mouth fell, and he looked dumbfounded. We're going in just like that. The old man who was playing chess teased. Which family are you from? He's the second generation of the military. Strictly speaking, this sentence was true. However, Jiang Shao was the second generation of the Wasteland Reclaimers, and he entered the gate of the Guardian of the Night Army. Under the lead of the soldier, Jiang Shao walked into a building. As soon as he went up the first floor and turned to the second floor, Jiang Shao felt a wave of panic in his heart. Following the dangerous aura, Jiang Shao raised his head and saw a huge figure standing on the platform. She crossed her arms in front of her and looked down at Jiang Shao. Okay. Second last nodded slightly and was clearly talking to the soldier. However, her long and narrow eyes were fixed on Jiang Shao. It had been a long time since they last met. Jiang Shao felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast of a different dimension again. Under his clothes, the hair on his skin was already standing on end. Facts had proven that cats had to be stroked frequently. Otherwise, they would feel unfamiliar. Perhaps that was her characteristic. Be it her opponent or her teammate, she would never hold back and make things difficult for anyone. The soldier turned around and left. Second last looked down at Jiang Shao condescendingly and nodded at him. You've given me more choices. Jiang Shao asked, What do you mean? Second last's eyes were glistening, and she looked just like a ferocious beast in the dark in the dimly lit area of the stage. She said in a hoarse voice, I'm thinking about how to play the cards in my hand, such as a 10, a jack, and a queen. Or I can look for external help. Now I can have a king and a 2. Jiang Shao asked meekly, Did you suffocate in Kongjind? Why did you learn to play poker? Do you play landlord with Shadow Crow and Tengu every day? Second last was speechless. Looking at second last, who was choking, Jiang Shao finally found a sense of familiarity. Jiang Shao asked, Who's the 2? Second last answered, Tengu, Shadow Crow, or the Great Sage. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Well said. I'll choose the queen. Jiang Shao found a sense of familiarity, and second last caught up with him. She smirked and said in a hoarse voice, Okay, I'll go black then. Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last turned around and walked up the stairs. Jiang Shao chased after her and asked, What's the mission? Second last said, Some forces are trying to assassinate the leaders of Kongjind country. Jiang Shao asked in surprise, Huh? Are they the remnants of the Dark Hall? Second last said softly, Maybe, maybe not. We're not sure yet, but what we do know is that they've already succeeded 3 times. Jiang Shao opened his mouth wide and asked, So domineering? What's their purpose? Isn't Kongjind country chaotic enough? Without our help, the country will probably perish, won't it? Even with our help, they won't be able to rise again without decades, right? Kongjind country is poor in resources, and there's nothing to gain from it. Second last said softly, Maybe some people don't want us to help Kongjind country or the neighboring countries. Maybe they want to make an example out of us and let those countries see the price of asking us for help. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought about it. Are you serious? Second last said, Just guessing. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, What do you want me to do? Help you investigate? I'm not good at that. Tell me where the enemy is, and I'll go and fight them. I'm good at this. Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, There are plenty of people who are good at this. You're not the only one. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, Oh. Second last stopped in front of a dormitory and tilted her head slightly. She said, I need a world-class medical awakened Star Warrior and a loyal soldier. Fu Hei is my only subordinate, but his style makes me worry. I came back here to report the situation and also to ask for someone. I didn't expect you to send yourself to me. Jiang Xiao smirked and thought, what a sugar-coated bullet. However, Second Last was not a hypocritical person, and what she said was the truth. At least that was what she thought. Jiang Xiao was very satisfied to be able to gain her approval. Jiang Xiao removed the sugar-coated bullet and asked comfortably, what exactly do you want me to do? Second Last said, bodyguard. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What kind of mission is this? The duration of the guard mission can be long or short. Who can stand it if I have to guard for 3 years? I still have to attend the wedding, but by the time I'm done with the mission, Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyin child will already be born. Jiang Xiao said meekly, I'm not world-class. I was just lucky enough to win the world championship. Besides, the contestants are all insignificant in the galaxy stage. They don't count at all. I'm still a student and a child. The contestants all went easy on me. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 717. After Second Last left, Jiang Xiao sat on the bed in the dormitory and covered his face with his hands, feeling depressed. He wasn't pretending to be artistic, but rather, he wanted to cry. If he had known that Second Last would be looking for him, he wouldn't have come knocking on her door. Her tone, wanton, friendship, abandonment, power, true meaning, anger, isolation. Jiang Xiao lay on the small bed and burped in his heart while wondering if he should teleport away. He just wanted to work hard to protect his bear. However, he didn't even know if he could save the bear, but he had already put himself in danger. Why can't I just be a good student in the capital? Why can't I just happily do sponsor partnerships with little Jiang Xue and do my duties comfortably? Why do I have to send myself to the mouth of this ferocious lynx? 3 soul questions. Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb, and he eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Xiao washed up and took off his gaudy hoodie, only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Although it was a little cold, he felt that it would be better not to jump around too much since he was going to meet an officer. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the person who received him was not the old man, but an old acquaintance, Officer Feng Yi. He was the person who gave him the Void Calamity Star Bead during the National High School competition. He was also the one who transferred Second Last to the Northwestern Guardians of the Night. In the conference room, the solemn Feng Yi's expression softened a little, and he said approvingly, You've grown a lot over the years. The officer and I have been paying attention to you. We're very pleased. You have to keep up the good work. Jiang Xiao nodded without saying anything. Feng Yi said, During the World Cup, I dragged you back from the competition to carry out a mission. You completed the mission perfectly and then returned to the national team. Under such circumstances, you won the Star Warriors World Cup again. It's very rare. The old leader is very pleased with you. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He initially thought that Officer Feng Yi was just giving him a symbolic compliment. A smile appeared on Feng Yi's face. He said, I accompanied the old leader to watch your finals. I clearly remember the scene. When you were on the podium and holding up the World Cup trophy, the old leader said, This is China's soldier. Jiang Xiao finally gave in. He scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. I was just lucky. Feng Yi waved his hand and said, Tell me, what are you here to report? I know you have many identities in the capital Star Warrior city, and you're very busy. Jiang Xiao felt a little awkward. Of course, his identity as a student of the capital Star Warriors University didn't matter. However, the big boss of the Guardians of the Night was obviously referring to the fact that he was a wasteland reclaimer. Jiang Xiao hurriedly changed the topic. Previously, when I was in the Northwest region, carrying out a mission for the Guardians of the Night and resolving the crisis in Mount Ember, the child that our team rescued gave me a mutated golden red candle. Feng Yi nodded. Yes, Jiang Xiao said. I followed the instructions of the higher-ups and sent it to the Northwest Star Beast Research Institute. A few months later, they returned the mutated golden red candle. I gave this little guy to Han Jiangxue. Feng Yi said, Continue. Jiang Shao organized his words and said, "As the champion of the World Cup, the Capital Star Warriors gave me a chance to capture star pets. I chose the newly opened bamboo forest dimension and absorbed a bamboo bear." Feng Yi nodded again. He understood Jiang Zhao's movements. Jiang Shao continued then, "My bamboo bear and the mutated candle often played together, and something happened." Feng Yi asked curiously, "What happened?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and finally decided to let Feng Yi see for himself. He stood up, walked to the corner of the conference room, and waved his hand. At the next moment, a bamboo bear with a candle flame had appeared in Feng Yi's sight. Feng Yi was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said weakly, "The two of them seem to have fused. When a bamboo bear uses the round bamboo star technique, there's a black and white flame. It's cold and peculiar." Feng Yi stared blankly at the bamboo bear that was on fire. Although he was knowledgeable, he was also in disbelief. Jiang Shao said softly, "I don't know what happened. The two of them are always playing together. When we found out, it was already like this. I'll listen to the orders of the higher-ups and cooperate with them. I just want to keep my star beast. I don't have many star slots to begin with, and if my star pet is taken away, I'll cry to death." Feng Yi only snapped back to his senses after a long while. After some thought, he said, "You two stay here for one more day and wait for my notice." Second Last suddenly said, "I've already requisitioned him, and I'm going to take him to protect the leader of Conkind until we eliminate the assassination team." Feng Yi nodded and said, "Stay here for one more day. You guys can go now." The two of them nodded, and Jiang Shao put away the black and white candle bear before quickly walking out of the conference room. Jiang Shao asked softly, "Shall we go for beef noodles?" Second Last was speechless. "We just finished talking about such an important matter, and yet you're thinking about beef noodles as soon as you leave?" Jiang Shao said softly, "Or do you want to go for some skewers and grilled codfish?" Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao and remained silent. "You tempted me with grilled codfish previously. In the end, I didn't get to eat it at all. You're doing this again." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "If you don't want to go, I'll go. The oily, sizzling codfish with some sauce is so delicious." Second Last licked her lips and said, "Let's go. I'll give you some instructions." Jiang Shao humphed and said, "What's there to explain? Isn't it just being a bodyguard? There should be plenty of leaders in Conkind, right? Arrange a beautiful leader for me or a family member. Give me a princess or something." Second Last resisted the urge to kick him and said coldly, "Shut up, obey my orders, and carry out the instructions." Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and mutter to himself again. A day passed just like that. It turned out that reporting to one's own people was rather reliable. According to Commander Feng Yi, the Northwest Star Beast Research Institute hoped to send the black and white candle bear over, but under pressure, the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest indicated that their soldiers were going to carry out a very important mission. Star pets were an important part of a Star Warrior's strength. However, the Star Beast Research Institute was not a small organization. The Guardians of the Night were massive, and so was the Star Beast Research Institute. It was a powerful and influential national-level institution, and the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest didn't really want to stop them from researching star beasts. No matter what, they were just doing it for the country. In the end, after a discussion between the two parties, they came up with a compromise plan. The Northwest Star Beast Research Institute and the Southwest Star Beast Research Institute would jointly send a few representatives to form a team of experts to Conkind. The soldiers would carry out the mission, and they would do their own research without disturbing them. Jiang Shao was rather satisfied with such an outcome. Jiang Shao could see the attitude of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest and their attitude towards Jiang Shao. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhao's previous actions had given him too much credit. Jiang Shao was extremely grateful and honored to be protected by them. In many ways, Jiang Shao was willing to go through fire and water for the Guardians of the Night, and the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest had also given Jiang Shao that much in return. That made Jiang Shao, who was just a lowly soldier, feel very comfortable. At noon the next day, Second Last took Jiang Shao to Conkind. Before taking off, Jiang Xiao even spoke to Han Jiangxue on the phone. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. What's going on? My brother found an excuse to go back to Jiangbin, but it turned out to be an excuse. Did he really go abroad? Besides, Jiang Xiao seems to be saying that his return date hasn't been set yet. Damn it! Is this guy trying to fool me? Han Jiangxue was both worried and angry. Jiang Xiao was so frightened that he hung up the phone. After Qin Wanchuan found out about the news, he felt rather bitter too. However, he was already mentally prepared for it. Such a thing could happen easily. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao wouldn't have written Volunteer Corps on his Wasteland Reclaimer certificate. Principal Yang Chan-san didn't say anything. Capable people should do more work. Young people should seize the opportunity to train and grow as long as they don't delay the junior year and participate in the World Cup. You don't have to think about failing and repeating a year at all. I'll steal the answers to feed you. Zhao Zijian and Hu Kongxian from the Apprentice Army were rather elated. The two medical awakened would both have a chance to fill in the positions of the medical awakened in the champion team. The toxic healer is indeed a troublesome person. He's gone again. That's awesome. Champion team, here we come. Putting aside the matter of the team competition, Jiang Xiao and Second Last took a flight from dawn to dusk. It wasn't the passage of time that caused the sky to darken, but the change in location. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, a portion of Konkai's territory was clearly within the influence of the Dark Hall's holy ground or the Night Disaster Mountain's holy ground. As the plane flew in the dark sky, the sky suddenly brightened. Clearly, a certain holy ground in this area had been destroyed by the local soldiers. Jiang Xiao looked out of the window in bewilderment and asked, "Is there a large-scale opening of the holy ground here?" Second Last nodded and explained, "The Dark Hall dimensional space, some of the space gates, and some of the holy ground are frequently open here. It's not just here. The countries in Central Asia are also in the same state." Jiang Xiao said helplessly, "Is this a relapse? Oh my God, when will it get better?" Second Last suddenly asked, "What if it doesn't get better?" Jiang Xiao turned to look at Second Last and asked, "What?" Second Last looked at Jiang Xiao expressionlessly and repeated, "What if it doesn't get better?" Jiang Xiao said, Second Last said, "What if this is the general trend? The first and second times might be their test. What about the third and fourth times? Will our planet be dominated by these star beasts one day and become their paradise?" Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. It was rare for Second Last to say something pessimistic. "We've been working hard all our lives, but we don't know what the outcome will be." Looking at Second Last's tired expression, Jiang Xiao couldn't find the valiant soldier anymore. He couldn't find the warrior who was burning with fire in his heart. This determined and calm warrior, who lived and died for his mission, seemed to be a little lost. He would never have thought that Second Last would show such a side to her. She shouldn't be behaving like that. Jiang Xiao was caught off guard. What exactly did she experience to make her behave like that? After a while, Jiang Xiao leaned towards Second Last's ear and whispered, "We haven't seen each other in a long time. You were outside, and I only spoke to you once on New Year's Eve. In fact, I've made some progress in my mission in the past few months. I'll report to you alone." Second Last tilted her head slightly and rubbed her ear that was itching. She then looked at the soldiers on the transport aircraft and nodded gently. Jiang Xiao turned to look out of the window and sighed softly. "I'll do my best and leave it to fate. If this news were to spread, a large number of soldiers might die on the path of seeking the truth. However, that wasn't Jiang Zhao's decision. He just had to report it truthfully, and the higher-ups would decide everything." Second Last asked, "Why are you sighing?" Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said without turning around, "You feel lost and confused. I feel the same way too." Second Last said, "I hope you can bring me some good news." Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "I try my best to make my life fun and give the people around me shelter and care, but this world doesn't seem friendly." Second Last murmured Jiang Zhao's words softly with a forced smile on her face. It's not friendly." Jiang Xiao turned to look at Second Last and said, "There's a lot of news. There's a lot of good news. Bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 718. In the evening, in a heavily guarded military compound in Kongjian. Although it could be considered a military camp, there were still many family members of the soldiers living there. Hence, it was more like a heavily guarded area. Due to the severe situation in Kongjian, a unique phenomenon occurred. In the largest province in Kongjian, most of the family members of the important officials in the province have been settled there. Jiang Shao had once carried out missions in Kongjian for a long time, and most of them were on desolate battlefields and dilapidated mountain villages. Occasionally, he would go to a big city, which had been razed to the ground by the female leader of the Dark Hall. It was Jiang Zhao's second time in a big city, which was also the largest province in the southeast of Kongjian. It was also Jiang Zhao's first time living in such an elegant and safe military compound. It was April, and the grass was long and the nightingales were flying. If Jiang Shao hadn't known that he had come to the barren Kongjian, he would have probably thought that it was a high-end residential area in China. The courtyard was really huge. The environment here was also very elegant, with lush trees and exotic buildings. In this courtyard, there were even two schools. One was an early childhood education school, and the other was a university. Of course, it would be impossible to expect it to occupy thousands of acres like China. The Meiqing University was obviously a Star Warrior school, and its target audience should be the young people of the right age from the elite families. There is only one teaching building, which could be said to have multiple functions. The students' classrooms, administrative offices, logistics warehouses, and so on were all gathered together. There was a martial arts arena outside the teaching building, which was probably for the practical lessons of the Star Warriors. At this moment, Jiang Shao and Second Last were sitting on a bench at the edge of the brightly lit arena, watching more than a dozen young people warming up. Jiang Shao had already reported all the information he had obtained to Second Last after the plane landed. Since then, Second Last didn't say anything else and simply got into the car with Jiang Shao. After entering the courtyard, Second Last did not mention where she was going to report and instead walked aimlessly. She finally stopped in the arena and sat on the bench. Jiang Shao did not disturb her. Although it had been a long time, he was willing to give her time to digest the matter of the alien ball. Jiang Shao silently sized up the group of foreign youths who were warming up and looked at their serious and focused expressions, as if he had seen the state that the young generation of a country should be in. Jiang Shao also asked himself what kind of state he would be in if he were to be born and live here, facing a broken country. After a long time, Second Last leaned back slightly and placed her hand on the back of the bench before turning to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and waited for her to speak, only to discover that she was looking past his shoulder and at a spot not far behind him. Jiang Shao followed her gaze and turned around, only to see a middle-aged couple standing far away outside the martial arts arena, watching the group of children train. Second Last said, "They're the ones you have to protect." The couple was about 47 or 48 years old. They were dressed formally and did not look like they were out for a stroll after dinner. Jiang Shao asked, "This couple?" "Yeah, this is an incredible family. Mr. and Mrs. Toka," Second Last said softly. "It's not just Minoa City." "Mr. and Mrs. Toka," Second Last gestured casually and raised a finger. Jiang Shao had no idea if she was referring to the sky or the number 1. Second Last continued, "His wife works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kongjian Republic and holds an important position. A large number of Chinese soldiers are stationed there to provide assistance and protection for Kongjian Republic. She's put in a lot of effort." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "They should both be busy people, right? They can't be working in the same place, right? How can I be a bodyguard? I can't split up at all." Now that you mention it, I do seem to have a clone," Second Last said. "Such people shouldn't be in any danger. They have a lot of protection around them. Mrs. Toka contacted us and hoped that we could protect them." Second Last then turned around and gestured to the group of youths in the martial arts arena. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and think, "I was wondering why Second Last is watching a bunch of kids train. Turns out she's here." Second Last said softly, "The gloomiest one." Jiang Shao immediately saw a tall and skinny young man who had thick curly hair and was wearing a black singlet. He was focused on doing push-ups. Jiang Xiao said, "He looks very rebellious." Second last said, "Or maybe it's not rebellious, but hatred." Jiang Xiao asked, "What's his name?" Second last answered, "Beiyu Toka." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "I thought you asked me to protect the leader of Kongjin Republic." Second last said, "By protecting him, you'll be protecting the leader." Second last then tilted her head in the direction of Mr. and Mrs. Toka. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned, but he soon came to a sudden realization and said, "You mean?" Second last nodded and continued, "This is a very good opportunity, be it for you personally or for the relationship between the two countries. It's your turn to take on this mission because Beiyu Toka has his own character." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "I can roughly imagine it." Second last shook her head and said, "It's not what you think." Jiang Xiao asked, "What do you mean?" "He hates a lot of things himself, the people around him." Second last thought about it and added, "Everyone." Jiang Xiao said with a pained expression, "I'm not a psychologist." Second last said, "Yes, you're a soldier." Jiang Xiao was speechless and thought, "Okay, what else can I say? I'll complete the mission unconditionally." Second last said, "I used to think that Fu Hei was the only one who could stay by his side and protect him, but it's also because of his character and style of doing things that I'm afraid of causing trouble. It just so happens that you're here." Before Jiang Xiao could say anything, second last continued, "This period of time is a period that the Toka family can't afford to have any trouble. You think that you're just protecting a second-generation heir of the provincial level, but maybe you'll be protecting the second-generation heir of the highest level in 10 days' time. Conkind is very chaotic, so much so that you can't imagine it. Many levels here are in turmoil. There will be special methods and plans during special times. The affairs of their country are not something that you and I have to consider. All you need to know is that nothing can happen to Beiyu Toka." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Okay, go through the enrollment procedures for me." Second last was speechless. What kind of weird brain circuit is this? Second last really didn't expect Jiang Xiao to work from that perspective. Jiang Xiao asked curiously, "Why? Can't you handle such a small matter?" Second last took a deep breath and got her thoughts back. She said, "You can have one or more helpers to cooperate with you. It's up to you. Now is the time for you to look for people. The people in my 3 teams are all above average, and I trust them enough. You can choose. If you don't make a decision in 10 seconds, I'll assume that you have to complete the mission alone." Jiang Xiao said without hesitation, "Follow Mingming." Second last pondered for a while and said, "Yes." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." Second last stood up and strode towards Mr. and Mrs. Toka. Jiang Xiao caught up and added, "Besides, go through the enrollment procedures for her too." Second last was speechless. "Hello, soldier." Madame Toka opened her mouth with a smile. She spoke fluent Chinese with perfect pronunciation. Second last nodded and said, "Sir, madam." Mr. Toka remained silent, but he seemed rather gentle and didn't put on any airs. He was sizing Jiang Xiao up. Mrs. Toka continued to smile and said, "It's hard to imagine that you actually found this young man. I can feel your sincerity and enthusiasm, but I didn't expect Jiang to be a soldier of the Guardians of the Night. Everyone in the world knows who you are. This poem, how many people can really do it?" Second last attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. "We will definitely complete the mission given to us by our superiors. From now on, he will stay here." Mrs. Toka extended her hand, and Jiang Xiao frantically reached out to shake it. Madame Toka patted Jiang Xiao's arm gently with the other hand as she said with an encouraging look, "This is a critical period. Thank you for coming. You young people always have common topics to talk about. If little Toka does something outrageous, please forgive him and help him." Jiang Xiao nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Xiao had never thought that Mrs. Toka would be so polite. At the same time, Jiang Xiao also realized the difficulty of the mission. Perhaps she was a mother, but her status was still high, after all. The Toka family definitely had a lot of resources. Couldn't they find a few powerful bodyguards? That was obviously impossible. Why did the mission fall into the hands of the Chinese army? The story would probably take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Perhaps it was just as second last said. That child hated everyone. However, was it really that simple? What kind of message did the Toka family send to the Chinese army to protect a young man with such an identity? Mr. Toka's first words were, perhaps he can make a friend. Due to his identity, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't take that as an order. He simply took it as a wish. Jiang Shao said, from the looks of it, everyone around him will be chased away in various ways. Mrs. Toka answered, little Toka is very prideful. He thinks that our actions are meaningless and that we're even belittling and disrespecting him. Jiang Shao nodded and said, in that case, the way I stay by his side may be a little special. I hope the two of you don't mind. Mrs. Toka said with a gentle smile, I believe in the guardians of the night and your ability to carry out the mission. Jiang Shao was speechless. I'm so damn young. Have you ever considered that I don't understand what you're saying? I'm tired of hearing you say that. Jiang Shao immediately said, don't worry. Age was Jiang Zhao's greatest protection. Strength was Jiang Zhao's greatest source of confidence. Jiang Shao then took a step back and looked at second last before asking, can we carry out the mission now? Slightly stunned, second last said, yes. Jiang Shao turned around and walked into the martial arts arena in front of her parents. The youths who had already finished their warm-up and were preparing for the next event stopped and watched as the gaudy young man in a hoodie strode towards them. Jiang Shao threw his school bag on the ground and spoke in impure Russian. Me, Jiang Xiaopi, transfer student. The procedures will be done tomorrow. All the students were speechless. Jiang Shao looked at the students and ignored the practical teacher. He said, let's get down to business tonight. In the future, I'll be the leader of the school. Come and fight me if you're unhappy. The students were in an uproar, and the martial arts arena finally had a lively atmosphere. Mr. and Mrs. Toka were speechless. Second last was speechless. Apex. Chapter 719. As soon as Jiang Zhao's words fell, the arena fell into silence. To be honest, Jiang Shao was a little unconfident. Of course, it was not because of his lack of confidence in his strength, but because he was worried that his Russian was not up to standard. After all, Conkind had its own national language, and their Russian was only their second language. However, looking at the students' indignant expressions, at least some of them understood. Jiang Shao hated that he did not bring his sword. There was some in stock in the Shadow Ruins, but when he came here, he had to catch a plane back to the capital. So, he did not take out his sword along the way. Otherwise, it would be better to point it at their noses. Jiang Shao realized that although they all looked angry and dissatisfied, they still had a backbone. The extremely gloomy young man was obviously one of them. Jiang Shao, however, was amused. He said, not just anyone can challenge me. Call out your strongest. The loser eats dirt. Jiang Shao stuttered and did not translate the last 4 words clearly. In the end, he could only translate it a few levels lower and directly said, the loser eats dirt. If I translate it, it feels like it's missing something. After all, it was not only the loser who ate dirt in China. The ordinary people who went to work, went to school, and lived a normal life. After receiving their salary, they would eat fish and meat for the first 3 days, and then the next 27 days. A girl jumped and cursed. She pointed at Jiang Zhao's nose and said, where did this brat come from? How dare you yell at Minoa University? This is the best university in Conkind, and only 67 people are recruited here. They're the best of the best of the best. You brat. Jiang Shao said, shut up. Just do it. The girl was of European descent, and to be honest, she was quite beautiful. The truth was just as she said. Even though Conkind was in shambles, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This was the most elite and top-notch school in Conkind, and the students were the children of the most elite families in Conkind. There was no need to doubt the conditions in all aspects. The girl was clearly hot-tempered. She whipped out a long whip and lashed it at Jiang Shao. Whoosh! Everyone felt their vision blur, and Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared next to the girl, kicking her waist with one leg. Ah! The girl screamed miserably, her voice getting further and further away. From a martial arts arena, she flew directly towards the direction of a shady path in the distance and crashed head first into a large tree. Hiss, my God! After a series of gasps, Jiang Shao said, "Carry them away, carry them away." Next. In fact, the girl did not suffer too much damage. At most, she was kicked in the waist. After a little healing, she would be able to jump around again. However, the degree of injury was one thing. The key thing was that this scene was very scary. Jiang Zhao's star technique was indeed too strange. It caught her off guard and caught her off guard. With a flash, he caught her off guard. If she had really been prepared and fought in a proper manner, the girl wouldn't have been so miserable. In the end, she was also one of the elites. The proud young men and women stared at Jiang Shao in bewilderment, wondering where he came from. Jiang Shao vaguely heard people whispering to each other. Jiang Shao heard the Chinese word, Jiang, and it seemed that someone had already recognized the world champion. If Jiang Shao had come with a sword, he believed that more people would have been able to recognize him immediately. Jiang Shao said, "No. If not, I'll be the leader. Breakfast tomorrow. You give me. Lunch you give me." While speaking, Jiang Shao casually pointed at two students. The young men's faces were already sullen to begin with, and now they looked even more sullen. At the side, the practical teacher couldn't help but speak up. He was well aware of what kind of students he was teaching. They were either the children of high-ranking officials or wealthy families. In fact, many of them were from families with real power. As a practical teacher of the University of America, he would definitely be implicated if the students were provoked in class. The male teacher in his early 40s looked at Jiang Shao and spoke fluent Russian. "Who dares to be so rash here? What a scandal." Shin Tataya's translation. To everyone's bewilderment, Jiang Shao was not only scolding the students, but also the teacher. Jiang Shao pointed at the practical teacher and said, "I told you that I'm the leader. Do you think you can run away? Do you think I didn't include you in this group? If you're indignant, come and fight me." Ka Tua and his wife were speechless. Second last clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Shao." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Second last's face was sullen and she exclaimed, "That's the teacher." Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at the middle-aged teacher awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding, I got carried away." The practical teacher was speechless. Jiang Shao waved his hand casually and said, "Adults, don't interrupt the children when they're talking." The practical teacher was bewildered. Jiang Shao looked at the dozens of students again and said, "No one's coming out. It's settled then. From tomorrow onward, I'll be the leader until the day I leave. You guys have to listen to me. Of course, I'm not being unreasonable. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll settle it for you." As Jiang Shao finished speaking, the dozens of students were clearly divided into two factions, and each looked at a young student. The young man was obviously the son of Toka's wife. As for the other group of people, they were looking at a young woman. Jiang Shao immediately found out about the factions and their leaders. University was half of society. However, the so-called half of society was built on the foundation of peace and prosperity in China. There were too many rules in Concagent that were different from those in China. There were too many other factors in the elite Star Warriors University, and it could not be compared to ordinary universities in peaceful countries. "You, both of you." Jiang Shao changed his style and pointed at the man and woman. "You guys seem to be the hope of the entire village. Who's up?" To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the girl smiled shyly and shook her head at Jiang Shao. She then sat on the ground and hugged her knees while sizing Jiang Shao up with a playful look in her eyes. The girl was a typical Turan person who seemed to be of mixed Eastern and Western blood. She had a hint of gentleness and charm that was unique to the East, which was more in line with the aesthetic standards of the Chinese. Jiang Shao imprinted her face in his mind and turned to look at the young man. "Why don't you give it a try?" Huff! The young man stood up abruptly, and the surrounding students applauded and cheered loudly. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, the young man had a lot of people supporting him. The young man flicked his black curly hair and said with a sullen gaze, "World champion. Huh. You know me? That's great. Remember to prepare the money for lunch tomorrow." Although he said that, Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and gestured for the young man to compete in the middle of the field. Finally, the main character had arrived. Beiyu Ka Tuo held 2 daggers in his hands and walked forward. He said in a deep voice, "I just didn't have the chance to participate. Your title should have been mine." The 2 daggers in his hands were very special. Rather than calling them daggers, they were more like short thorns. The length of the short thorns was about the same as the length of the hilt, and there seemed to be an exquisite mechanism on the hilt. The short thorns were not held in his hands. Instead, they were tied to his forearm and hidden in his sleeve. "Oh, friend, you are wrong." Jiang Shao chuckled and shook his head. "There is nothing in this world that should belong to you. Money, status, life, and dignity." Following Jiang Zhao's words, the cheering and excited young men quietened down. Jiang Shao spread his hands and took 2 steps back. He stood at the side of the field and said, "What others give you will never be yours." Beiyu Ka Tuo's eyes widened, and he held the short thorns in his hands tightly. In the distance, Mr. Ka Tuo was still calm, and his expression did not change. However, Mrs. Ka Tuo's expression was slightly stiff. Jiang Shao said, "I heard that you hate everything in this world. You hate everyone." Beiyu Ka Tuo's body trembled slightly. For so many years, no one had spoken to him like that. No one had said such words in front of so many people. "There are too many people who love me, but I lack people who hate me." Jiang Shao hooked his finger at Beiyu Ka Tuo. "Come, hate me. Face me directly." Beiyu Ka Tuo's body suddenly emitted waves of cold air. His eyes were cold and sharp as he bent his legs slightly. Bang! Diamond silence, specialized in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Cough. Beiyu Ka Tuo's body stiffened. The star power in his body completely exploded as if his body was about to explode. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and his body reacted by coughing. However, he did not cough. Instead, he vomited a small mouthful of blood. Bang! The moment Beiyu Ka Tuo's body froze, a figure appeared in front of him. As sharp as he was, he immediately raised his hand to resist. For a star warrior of Jiang Zhao's level, half a second of hesitation and pause was enough to determine life and death. Fortunately, Jiang Shao was a bodyguard and not an assassin. It's just that this bodyguard's path is a little off." Jiang Shao punched Beiyu Ka Tuo's right rib. Beiyu's body reaction had already been calculated by Jiang Shao. At the moment when Beiyu's body bent slightly, Jiang Shao hit Beiyu's jaw with his left elbow and sent him flying out of the martial arts arena. Jiang Shao was secretly speechless. The effect of confinement was too obvious. Even though Jiang Shao came prepared and tried his best to deliberately increase his speed, he still realized that the speed of his punches and elbows had become slower, let alone Beiyu, who had raised his hand to block. Without any preparation, his speed was still relatively slow in the eyes of a star warrior like Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also realized that he was a little careless. Damn it! Why is this domain of silence so uncomfortable? I feel like vomiting blood. Amidst the exclamations of the students, the world war that they thought had ended before it even began, Jiang Shao quickly chased after Beiyu. Under the slightly worried gaze of Mrs. Ka Tuo, Jiang Shao pounced on Beiyu. Beiyu was indeed capable. Under the chaotic state of the star power in his body and the heavy blow, he laid on the ground and secretly held a short spike in his right hand. Swoosh! Jiang Shao grabbed his wrist with one hand, kacha! To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Shao had already restrained Beiyu's assassination, but Jiang Shao seemed to be helping his opponent. He grabbed Beiyu's wrist and forcefully stabbed it towards Jiang Zhao's forehead. The short spike made a crisp ding sound and pierced Jiang Zhao's forehead. However, it did not cause Jiang Shao any harm. Instead, it shattered. Beiyu was speechless. Jiang Shao casually flung his wrist away, and the broken spike was also flung away. Jiang Shao sat on his stomach and hammered his chest with one hand. From now on, before I leave, you're welcome to challenge me and regain your dignity. I live in this military compound. At this point, Jiang Shao turned to look at Second Last and asked, "Where do I live?" Second Last was speechless. Jiang Shao blinked and thought. "Say something," Second Last said. "I'll arrange it later." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said awkwardly, "I'll tell you where I live later. You can defeat me or even assassinate me if you want. I'll stay here and I won't go anywhere." Jiang Shao leaned over and patted Biyu's chest gently. Full of encouragement, he said, "Remember, you have to work hard alone. What others help you, what they give you, none of it is your own. Don't treat each other like fools." How could Biyu not find out about Jiang Zhao's identity? How long could he hide his identity as a bodyguard? Hundreds and thousands of experts had been rejected and chased away by Biyu in various ways. He even threatened his family and threatened them with death. Mrs. Kato would never have thought that Biyu would use such a unique method to tie little Ka Tua together with him. Didn't we agree to be friends? This development. Is he the prince's bodyguard? No, he should be the toxic healer's assassin. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 720. 3 days later, in the classroom, Jiang Shao was listening to the class while flipping through the books. The sound of him flipping through the books attracted the teasing and laughter of the students. The world champion had indeed given the group of elite students a show of strength. However, compared to how Jiang Shao was when he was arrogant, he was now filled with confusion, anxiety, and was frantically flipping through the books. He actually gave off a particularly silly and adorable feeling. This contrast was a little too great. Jiang Shao had not had an easy time in the past few days. This was indeed an elite school, and Jiang Shao really wanted to infiltrate the school to see what they were learning. However, they were teaching in the local language of Kangxin, and Jiang Shao felt like he was listening to the heavenly book. This school was also different from ordinary universities. The students and classes here were fixed, which made Jiang Shao feel like he was back in high school. The teachers took turns lecturing, and even the seats of the students were fixed. At this moment, a teacher was introducing star pets to the students. Jiang Shao looked at the heavenly book. Fortunately, there were still pictures in the book, and they were painted. Jiang Shao could barely understand what the teacher was talking about. Jiang Shao placed the heavenly book on his left and the Kanghan dictionary on his right. He flipped through the books and tried to figure out the meaning of the words. To be honest, Jiang Shao quite liked this little star pet. It was like a hummingbird and was so small that it was not even the size of a baby's palm. Its body was only 6 or 7 centimeters long, but it had a long beak that was curled up and coiled up. It looked magical, oh? Jiang Shao exclaimed softly. Found it. Mosquito bird? Mosquito bird? Is this the right translation? Is this its name? Why is it called mosquito bird? Jiang Shao did not care about going to class anymore. He was going all out with his star pet today. The more Jiang Shao looked at the translation, the more disgusted he felt. This little guy turned out to be a vampire bird that especially liked to suck human blood. After humans were bitten by the mosquito bird, a particularly large bump would appear on their skin. A medical star warrior would have to treat and detoxify it in time. Otherwise, they would be extremely itchy for a long period of time. The mosquito bird's curled-up beak was like a mosquito coil. It could be stretched out to a length of 15 to 18 centimeters, longer than its own body. Its long beak could pierce into a human's internal organs and suck blood, causing the internal organs to deform, swell, and lose their normal functions, causing the target to struggle to death in endless pain. Jiang Shao couldn't help but get goosebumps. This damn bird is so poisonous. While Jiang Shao was sighing, he heard the sound of clicking their tongues and even a few whistles coming from the class. Jiang Shao looked up, only to see a tall and slender figure. Ho Mingming. Ho Ming was not a particularly beautiful girl, but she had an excellent temperament, especially after going through the tempering of a real battlefield. At this moment, she was like a small sun, radiating light in all directions. She had a pair of bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and a ponytail. Dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, she stood quietly on the podium, sizing up the crowd with an air of arrogance. A teacher beside Ho Mingming was introducing something, but Jiang Xiao couldn't understand it all. After the teacher was done, Ho Mingming stepped down from the podium and headed straight to the back of the classroom. It turned out that Jiang Xiao was just being a little overbearing with his words. In fact, he didn't do anything overbearing. For example, he didn't really ask anyone for lunch money, nor did he hog seats. The classroom was very spacious and could accommodate more than 100 people. However, there were only 33 students in this class, and the students all had their own fixed seats. Jiang Xiao's seat was at the back of the classroom. Actually, Jiang Xiao still preferred to sit in the second, last row by the window. After all, that was the seat of the real protagonist. However, there was already someone there. Besides, the young man was extremely handsome and had the potential to be the protagonist. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't disturb him. Ho Mingming strode over and stood beside Jiang Xiao's table. She lowered her head and looked at him quietly. Jiang Xiao also looked up at Ho Mingming, but neither of them spoke. After a while, Jiang Xiao asked in his hometown dialect, "What are you looking at?" Ho Mingming was speechless. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. No one would be able to stand being stared at by such a chick. Ho Mingming slowly leaned over and placed her hands on Jiang Xiao's desk. She stared straight at Jiang Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I'm a soldier. I should be on the battlefield." It was obvious that she was already controlling her emotions because she was communicating with Jiang Xiao. She was being considerate and sentimental. Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "You're a soldier. You should be wherever your commanding officer asks you to be." Ho Mingming's gaze was a little gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Perhaps, in her mind, she had already dismembered Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao shifted to the side and reached out to pat the stool. "Sit." Ho Mingming remained stubborn and didn't react or move at all. Jiang Xiao said, "This is an order." "Huh." Ho Mingming took a deep breath and sat down slowly with a trembling voice. Jiang Xiao whispered, "How's your Conkinder language standard after carrying out missions here for so long?" Ho Mingming casually replied with an hum. Smack! The Star Beast textbook was slapped in front of Ho Mingming. Jiang Xiao picked up the pen and pointed at the string of words and symbols below the picture of the mosquito bird. "What does this say?" Ho Mingming answered straightforwardly, "I don't know." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say hum? Aren't you still okay?" Ho Mingming added, "I only know how to speak the language. I don't know how to read." Jiang Xiao was almost suffocated by Ho Mingming's answer. Looking at how matter-of-factly Ho Mingming looked, Jiang Xiao gave her a thumbs up and said, "You've really made Star Warriors University proud." Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Xiao and asked, "Are there any other questions, junior brother?" Jiang Xiao was speechless. "Humph." Mingming turned his head and raised his chin arrogantly. Smack! A Conkinder language dictionary was slapped on Ho Mingming's desk again. "Investigate. You're not allowed to eat if you don't find out." Ho Mingming was about to flare up when she heard Jiang Xiao say, "This is an order." Ho Mingming suddenly had the urge to flip the table. In fact, she had already done so in her mind. Officer Second Last had indeed made it clear and repeatedly emphasized that she had to listen to Jiang Xiao's commands. Even without Second Last instructions, Jiang Xiao was still one of Ho Mingming's officers since he was a member of the Tail Feather Team. During dinner, the two of them sat in a corner of the school cafeteria while Jiang Xiao was stuffing himself with food. At this moment, Ho Mingming was focused on reading the book and writing something on it from time to time. Ho Mingming suddenly said, "The biological name of the mosquito bird is the mosquito bird. Its wings can flap at an extremely fast speed, up to 80 times per second, that allows them to stay in the air and even fly backward. Some mosquito birds have the star technique stubborn disease, which can make the bites of the mosquito bird more painful and itchy and last longer. The one that can really be a star pet is the mosquito bird king. The mosquito bird is only a brass quality creature. Due to the fact that it is relatively weak, most of them don't produce star beads. The mosquito bird king is a silver quality creature that can summon a flock of mosquito birds. They live in a dimensional space called the Deadwater Forest, which is a unique dimensional space in West Asia and Central South America. Recently, due to the frequent occurrence of dimensional spaces in Central Asia, this trend has begun to spread to West Asia. The residents, they're suffering because there are more and more Deadwater Forest spaces in West Asia. Jiang Xiao held a bowl of beef persimmon soup and suddenly lost his appetite. This creature is so disgusting. Why did the creator create such a thing? Ho Mingming whispered while reading the book. There's a young man who's been watching you and doesn't hide his hatred for you. Oh. Jiang Xiao took a sip of the soup and said, he's the target we have to protect. Beiyu? Katoa. Stunned for a moment, Ho Mingming asked, what did you do to him? Jiang Xiao shrugged and said yes. Ho Mingming glanced at Beiyu Katoa again, only to see that his gaze was extremely sullen and filled with hatred. Ho Mingming speculated, did you heal him in public? Jiang Xiao grinned and thought, Ho Mingming, you're so vicious. Ho Mingming closed the book and picked up a fork. She picked up a piece of steak and said with a disdainful expression, these people eat quite well. For Ho Mingming, who had been fighting all over the place, it was good enough to have food to eat. After all, Ho Mingming's team was a top team, and the logistics were quite good. The local soldiers of Conkind, the low-level soldiers, did not have enough to eat. As for these children, they lived a luxurious life. Ho Mingming might not have felt anything in the past, but now. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, okay, hurry up and eat. I'll take you to your place later. Ho Mingming asked, why me? Jiang Xiao, huh? Ho Mingming's expression was serious and solemn as she said, there are many good people. Why me? Jiang Xiao casually said, I haven't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to see how you've been. Without me, how have you been? As he spoke, Jiang Xiao's tone became more intonated. Clearly, he was rather stunned after hearing it. What was this? Why did he start singing as he spoke? Jiang Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and said, have you reached the threshold of Star C? Ho Mingming snapped back to her senses, and a unique arrogance slowly appeared on her face. Her eyes were bright, and she was in high spirits. Of course. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up, and he said, are you very knowledgeable about your Bao star map? Ho Mingming nodded and said, of course. Jiang Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly and said, I remember your Bao star map. It's not just a black and shiny Bao. There are also short thorns on both ends of the Bao, right? Ho Mingming asked curiously, why are you suddenly so interested in my star map? Why am I interested in your star map? Because I want a Bao for my next star map. Jiang Xiao could choose the Rule star map or the Melee Bao star map. However, in comparison, the Rule star map would definitely be more difficult to turn into a weapon. First of all, Jiang Xiao only had one chance to be enlightened. Jiang Xiao planned to leave the Big Dipper star map for it to turn into a weapon. Hence, to Jiang Xiao, the Bao was almost equivalent to a giant sword. He had a clear direction to work towards and could improve on his own to turn a star into a weapon. Besides, there was an option for archery proficiency in the internal star map. That ensured that Jiang Xiao's plan was foolproof. Jiang Xiao chose to become Ho Mingming's teammate because he wanted to study his second star map. Since he had no choice but to waste time here to carry out the mission, Jiang Xiao planned to make the best use of all resources. Clearly, to Jiang Xiao, studying the next star map would be more beneficial. Ho Mingming should feel honored to be treated as a tool by the toxic healer. Jiang Xiao rubbed his chin and looked at the curious tool in front of him. Ahem! Ho Mingming, Sister P, become a sacrifice. Let's fight for the glorious cause of the toxic healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 721. At night, in the Katuo residence. The Katuo family was really not comparable to ordinary rich and powerful families. In the military compound, the Katuo family's residence occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. Jiang Shao and Hou Mingming were arranged to stay on the first floor of the central mansion. Although it was a mansion, it was not like a residential building in China. It could barely be considered a large villa. It had 3 floors and was extremely luxurious. There's a word that could describe such buildings perfectly: residences. In the huge independent building, Jiang Shao and Hou Mingming were arranged to stay in the guest rooms on the east side of the first floor. There were many guest rooms there, and Jiang Shao and Hou Mingming became neighbors. At night, Jiang Shao and Hou Mingming discussed the bow and arrow star map for a long time before Hou Mingming returned to her room to rest. After taking a shower, Jiang Shao lay on the bed and fantasized about his bow and arrow star map before falling asleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the wee hours of the morning, there was complete silence in the residence. A slight vibration sound came from a window, and a little bird flew in. Jiang Shao, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, had a keen sense of smell even if he did not have any perception-type star techniques. He opened his eyes abruptly. Whoosh! At the door, a tall, dark figure got into a posture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Under the night lights outside the window, his eyes seemed to be glistening. Jiang Shao crawled on the bed, shifted his butt, and turned on the table lamp, only to see Hou Mingming, who was dressed in a white nightgown, standing at the door of the bedroom and staring at the top of the bedside table. Jiang Shao looked in the direction of her gaze, only to see that a little fellow had been shot and was nailed into the wall by a black arrow. Pah! The tail feather arrow exploded and turned into a cloud of black mist. The bird that was nailed into the wall also fell down. Jiang Shao waved his hand to disperse the black mist, lifted the blanket, and got off the bed. Jiang Shao pinched the brown feathers of the bird and picked it up. It looked like a small sparrow. This little fellow was only 6 to 7 centimeters long. It was tiny and covered in brown feathers. From head to tail, its color gradually changed from dark brown to light brown. What was strange was that it had a long and flexible beak that coiled around itself like a mosquito coil. Ew! Jiang Shao could not help but let out a sound of disdain as goosebumps appeared on his skin. He had just learned this lesson today and knew what this fellow was like. Mosquitoes. At the door, Hou Mingming, who was wearing a nightgown and had her hair coiled up, said softly, "This thing is produced in South America and West Asia. Its body is relatively fragile, and its ability to survive is relatively weak. This is also the reason why it has not spread across the world." Jiang Shao pinched the wings of the mosquito and tossed it into the trash can. "What do you mean?" Hou Mingming said, "It doesn't have the ability to fly all the way here." "Ha!" Jiang Shao laughed and said, "I get it now. That kid is a little cunning." Then she glanced at the window and pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. She seemed to have made up her mind. Her right hand unnaturally tugged at the straps of her nightdress and turned to leave. "I'm going to bed." Her unnatural expression and the rather obvious action of concealing her emotions were enough for Jiang Shao to see a lot of things. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's attention was not there at all. Otherwise, he would have been able to tell that Hou Mingming wanted to say something but was hesitant. Oh, Jiang Shao was still looking down at the creature in the trash can. As he looked, he could not help but shiver. It was Beiyu Ka Tua. How dare you play this game with me? Did I just learn it in the morning and it comes in handy at night? Jiang Shao originally thought that this country was so dilapidated and did not have any strength. But now, it seemed that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Or perhaps this Ka Tua family was very strong? Jiang Shao realized that he had to change his way of thinking. As a Chinese, Jiang Shao had always adhered to the creed of when a nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. However, Weigel was different from China. The system was different, and the way of survival and development was also different. Although it was not a big deal to use one day to do this, as it was just transporting a mosquito from West Asia to this place, it should be known that the entire Central and West Asia were not peaceful. On the contrary, there were wars everywhere. Who would have the leisure to care about such a trivial matter? This should be able to show to some extent that the Ka-Tuoth family had a great influence here. At least many people would give Bayu Ka-Tuoth face. As for giving this young man face, it was obviously because of his parents and family. If the Ka-Tuoth couple knew about this, it was really unknown what would happen. Ho Mingming walked out of the big bedroom, walked through the living room, and finally walked out of the door. However, she stopped at the door. Obviously, she was hesitating. After a few seconds, Ho Mingming's lips curled up. She closed the door and stepped on the soft carpet, walking towards her room. Jiang Xiao carefully studied the mosquito for a long time. In the end, he decided not to look at it anymore. He turned off the table lamp and crawled into the still warm bed. After an unknown amount of time, in a daze, Jiang Xiao heard a buzzing sound again. Real, like mosquito. Z1, like annoyance. Human. Jiang Xiao sat up and turned off the table lamp. He followed the direction of the sound and looked towards the window. He found that a light breeze was blowing against the curtains, and the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. Jiang Xiao. The next moment, a bunch of mosquitoes flew in through the window. Jiang Xiao's mouth was wide open. What the hell? There were probably more than 20 of them. Jiang Xiao rolled backwards, and with the charm of a humming bear, he flipped off the bed and sat on the ground. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just this sound alone was enough to give people goosebumps, not to mention the mosquitoes that were flying towards them. Jiang Xiao hurriedly crawled under the bed, his heart pounding. This is 2F** king exciting. I love this kind of life. Immediately after, Jiang Xiao flashed out of the window and arrived outside the mansion. He saw a familiar figure holding a cloth bag in his hand. He had opened the bag and was still pouring mosquitoes into the window. Jiang Xiao flashed to his side, only to see him throw away the cloth bag and adjust the rapier hidden in his sleeve. He seemed to be preparing for battle. Jiang Xiao asked softly in Russian, "Will this plan work?" Bayu did not even turn around. She humphed coldly and replied in Russian, "Of course, the mosquitoes won't kill him, but they'll anger him. They'll make him upset. He'll be exhausted. There will always be times when he's angry. Once he loses his rationality, he'll show flaws." Jiang Xiao said weakly, "What if he gets angry and kills you?" Bayu turned her head abruptly. "Kill me? How many guts do I have?" Bayu's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked dumbfounded. Under the gentle breeze, her head of curly hair looked a little cute. Jiang Xiao suddenly squatted down and carried Bayu. Through the window, he barged into the bedroom. Life is so short. Why do you still want to take shortcuts? Bayu was speechless. Whoosh! The window shattered, and two figures barged into the bedroom. The next moment, there was a flash of swords, and the mosquitoes were flying everywhere. Under the dim table lamp, in the room where the strange birds were flying everywhere, the two figures were like martial arts masters, exchanging blows and having fun. Such a loud noise had already attracted the guards of the mansion. In fact, Bayu's previous actions had already been seen by the guards, but they did not dare to disturb him. But now, the quiet mansion was in chaos, and battle cries pierced through the night sky. As a ray of holy light descended, the guards outside the window and at the door all had a strange expression on their faces. They saw their young master trembling and screaming strangely. His body tilted slightly, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Zhao's ground techniques were not to be trifled with. He pounced on Bayu, and everyone felt their vision blur. All of Jiang Zhao's fancy techniques had finally turned into simple combat techniques. The simple and practical Kimura lock formed instantly. Not only did he control Bayu's body, but he also used Bayu as a blanket and covered his body diagonally. Bayu struggled crazily, his body leaning against Jiang Zhao's body. His right arm, which was controlled by the reverse joint, pressed his body down and imprisoned his body. He couldn't break free at all, nor could he get up. Jiang Xiao controlled Bayu tightly and looked at the mosquitoes flying around the room. He said softly, "Lower your voice. Don't scare them." "Whoa, they're here. They're here." The mosquitoes, they were indeed here. "Ah!" Bayu roared. "Damn it, he actually sent me into the mouths of the mosquitoes like a piece of tender meat. Baiyu's body was covered in frost, and the temperature in the room dropped drastically. Ah! The angry roar turned into a comfortable squeal. The mosquitoes' movements were slightly hindered, but they flapped their wings and flew up again. They were probably really hungry. A few had already landed on Baiyu's back. Their curled long beaks stretched out and pierced into Baiyu's clothes. A few landed on Jiang Zhao's body, and one even landed on Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Zhao shook his head vigorously and chased away the mosquitoes and birds. Due to the movement of the ground, his legs were wrapped around Baiyu's waist. Although Blessing had controlled Baiyu, the memories in his mind and the habitual muscle memory made Jiang Zhao not loosen his legs and continue to wrap his arms around Baiyu's waist tightly. Therefore, the mosquitoes flapped their wings and stopped in midair, their long beaks piercing Jiang Zhao's calf. Ding! Ding! The mosquitoes were about to cry. Why couldn't they pierce through? Isn't this skin? Isn't this meat? Why does it look like an iron plate? Under the obstruction of the diamond endurance, the mosquitoes could only fly towards the human flesh blanket covering Jiang Zhao's body. No one knew when, but Ho Mingming had also walked back. She stood at the door with the guards and watched this strange battle. The guards really wanted to help, but Ka Tuo and his wife had already told them everything. They also knew that this guy who seemed to want to hurt Little Master was actually a bodyguard like them. However, this bodyguard, his working style was a little strange. However, there was one good thing. Ever since this bodyguard was stationed here, Little Master rarely jumped over the wall and ran out of the military compound. He even rarely ran out of Ka Tuo's residence in the middle of the night. He would run home after school for a few days. He was so obedient that no one knew what he was planning. Today, the guards finally had an eye-opener and knew Little Master's plan. Although this plan was a little off track, the mosquitoes were happy and sucked until their small stomachs were bloated. Big bumps bulged on Baiyu's skin one after another. Jiang Zhao sent Blessing over and over again, constantly healing Baiyu, clearing the poison, ensuring that his internal organs were quickly healed and restored. He was crazily pumping life force into Baiyu, not allowing any accidents to happen to him. The more Ho Mingming watched, the more terrified she felt. This was too damn evil. This was too vicious. It was a life worse than death, hovering between life and death. Finally, the mosquitoes were full and stopped working. Under the light beam of Blessing, Baiyu's body was full of bumps. His body felt itchy and comfortable. In the end, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He couldn't stand the best in the world and fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Zhao let go of Baiyu and waved his hand casually. Disperse, disperse. I'll keep watch. Nothing will go wrong. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao cast another blessing on Baiyu to help him recover his life force and heal his internal organs. The guards looked at each other. Most of them left, leaving only a few to guard the living room and the window. At the door, Ho Mingming crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame. She had a strange smile on her face as she said, "Clean up?" Jiang Zhao looked at the mosquitoes in the room who were full and standing together. They were warming up and closing their eyes to take a nap. Jiang Zhao nodded. These little guys were really strange. They didn't even run. Did they really think they were beneficial insects? After sucking other people's blood, they gathered together and slept on the spot? Ho Mingming exerted strength on his shoulders and used the rebound of the door frame to stand up straight. He pulled a bow and shot an arrow. What about him? What do you plan to do next? After the arrow was shot, the mosquitoes that gathered together immediately woke up. They panicked and flew around, but they couldn't escape from Ho Mingming's palm. Their bodies were all pierced by the arrow. Jiang Zhao grinned and grabbed Baiyu's body, tossed her onto the bed, and muttered, "What else can I do? What else can I do? I still forgive him like a father in the end." Ho Mingming was speechless. Chapter 722. 10 days later, at night, in the mountains behind Ka Tuo residence. Ho Mingming held the bow and arrow in her hand, maintaining the posture of drawing the bow and arrow. Her eyes were closed, and the star map of the bow and arrow blossomed in front of her, as if she was carefully experiencing something. Jiang Shao crossed his arms and stood beside her, staring intently at the star map in front of Ho Mingming. Ying, not far away, the Ying bear's coquettish voice came. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see an elderly man and a few middle-aged men on the grass not far away. They were tempting the humming bear to play with them through gourmet food. There were more than 20 people in the Huaxia expert group. At this time, there were more than 10 people surrounding the black and white candle bear. Some of them were recording the whole process, and some were writing in their notebooks. Their attitude alone was admirable. Jiang Shao recognized the granny who was playing with the bear. She was Di Lian, a person who lived in textbooks. In China, the name Di Lian was a name that could not be avoided when discussing the Star Warrior domain or anything related to it. Even if you didn't know this person, as long as you opened the Star Beast Encyclopedia or the Star Beast Encyclopedia in high school and looked for the chief editor column, you would also see the two words Di Lian. He was not only an astral beast researcher, but also an educator. When the experts from Huaxia entered Ka Tuo's residence, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded when he saw the portrait that had appeared on the exam paper. The highly respected elder was actually standing in front of him, looking kind and amiable. He even shared a table with Jiang Shao and seized all the time to understand the black-white candle flame, the bamboo bear, and the combination of the two, the black-white candle bear. Ho Mingming whispered, "It's been so many days. What did they come up with?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know, but Ms. D seems to have a good relationship with Humming Bear. For the sake of Ms. D, Humming Bear can even play with her without sleeping." Ho Mingming smiled and said, "Keep an eye on him." "Huh?" Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Ho Mingming, only to see that her star map was slowly glowing. Following which, the ordinary bow in her hand was covered with a pitch-black luster. Just like the star map that blossomed in front of her chest, the bow in her hand was not only shiny black, but it was also dripping with specks of starlight, making it look like a fantasy. Ho Mingming softly praised, "Your idea is correct. Peak of the celestial river realm can transform the stars into martial arts." Yes, although Ho Mingming still couldn't summon the star map directly, she could use the bow and arrows she already had to cover the star map on the weapon in her hand. After that, the bamboo arrow on the string was also covered with a pitch-black luster. Ho Mingming abruptly opened her eyes, and her long, black ponytail danced with the astral energy waves. That pair of beautiful eyes was dyed with a pitch-black luster, and there were no longer any whites in her eyes, making her look somewhat frightening. "Oh, Shrimpy!" Ho Mingming sighed softly and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The pitch-black bamboo arrow was extremely fast. It pierced through the night sky and nailed itself into a large tree far away. At the next moment, with the tip of the arrow as the center, the pitch-black luster spread in all directions, continuously eroding and polluting the large tree. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant tree turned into a tree that was gradually withering. The tree that was infected by the black luster became dry and withered, while the leaves that were stained by the black luster gradually decayed. After a full 30 seconds, the tree became an anomaly in the deep forest. It was pitch black and extremely strange. "Oh, little Shrimpy," Ho Mingming muttered in amazement. Once again, he knocked his bow and shot an arrow. This time, it was an ordinary arrow. As the bamboo arrow shot out, whoosh, the bamboo arrow pierced through the large tree. Not only did it pierce through the tree, but the entire tree also shattered like pieces of ashes. Under the blowing of the night wind, the ashes fell all over the sky. Ho Mingming turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. She wanted to say some words of gratitude, but the habits that she had developed since she was young and her unique personality made her unfamiliar with the word thank you. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It seems that your star conversion martial arts has its own corruption effect." "That's not a good word," Ho Mingming said softly. "Change it." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. Indeed, in modern Chinese, corruption was rarely used to refer to the decay of objects. Most of the time, It referred to the depravity of human behavior. Jiang Shao asked then, "Wither? Wither?" Ho Mingming's eyes lit up, seemingly liking that word because it matched the characteristics of her star map. Ho Mingming said, "This is a star map that you and I developed together. Let's call it the Wither characteristic." There were indeed all sorts of strange star techniques. Until now, no one seemed to have discovered any star techniques that were similar to Wither. Ho Mingming's arrow was likely to make up for a gap in the star technique attributes of the human star map. Perhaps Ho Mingming and Jiang Shao hadn't realized it yet, but it was a huge matter for human society. That scene attracted the attention of the team of experts in the distance. The eyes of the scholars glistened as they regarded Ho Mingming as some kind of star beast. Jiang Shao ignored the burning gazes. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, the bow of withering. Are you sure you want this special bow star map? Or should I look for other bow star maps to see the characteristics of other archers' star maps? Ho Mingming turned around and shot another arrow. She said softly, "When I figure out the meaning of the short blade at the tip of the bow, I might be able to summon the Star Warrior when I'm at the peak of the galaxy." Okay. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and continued. "Indeed, you're just relying on your archery skills to summon the star map to cover your weapon. However, if you want to turn star into martial arts at this stage, I'm afraid you'll have to practice archery." Ho Mingming asked, "Archery?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "I'm just spouting nonsense. How are you going to use the short blades at both ends of the bow? Anyway, I've never seen anyone who uses such weapons in melee combat. You can only figure out yourself." Ho Mingming nodded matter-of-factly. Jiang Shao looked at her bow star map and continued, "Maybe there are other characteristics of your star in martial arts, but you can't use more of them now." Ho Mingming licked her lips excitedly and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Huh?" Jiang Shao pointed at her star map and said, "Isn't it obvious? Look at how mighty your star map is. This bow is huge and thick. It's obviously a heavy weapon in the bow. Look at your bow that's covered in color. It's thin and small. Apart from the similar color and the droplets of starlight, there's a huge difference in appearance." Okay, Ho Mingming did not refute anything. Instead, she maintained her posture and quietly felt the bow in her hand and the star map in front of her. By the way, Jiang Shao seemed to have thought of something and said, "I heard that Mr. Katua is going to make a big move in 3 days." "Yes." Ho Mingming placed her right hand on her chin and looked into the distance. She then said softly, "It's going to be an important meeting. Although the outcome has already been decided, the people of Conkind should know clearly that Conkind is going to change." Jiang Shao sighed helplessly. He was not interested in those things at all. He just wanted to know when he could go home. Second, Last hasn't found any traces of those rascals yet. "No," Ho Mingming answered straightforwardly. "Okay." Jiang Shao pulled out the bow from his back and said, "Let's go to class, Teacher Ho." Ho Mingming said, "I've said this many times. Your foundation is very solid. I don't know what else to tell you." Jiang Shao put the arrow on the bow and said, "Tell me how you turned the star into martial arts and what images you were thinking about when you summoned the star map." Ho Mingming humphed and said coldly, "Would you believe me if I told you that I was thinking about the image of you shooting the European shield Neil in the air during the World Cup?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Ho Mingming said, "It's not easy for you to be able to twist your lower body like a fried dough twist in the middle of a fierce battle, especially when you're high up in the sky and have no support under your feet, while your upper body maintains the same shape and shape of your hands. In the future, it would be very difficult for Ho Mingming to admit that others were strong. She was able to say those words because of her experience during the World Cup." Jiang Shao said thoughtfully, "So, posture is very important." Ho Mingming was speechless. Ho Mingming turned around and lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he looked pure and innocent. Ho Mingming scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and made sure that he didn't mean to imply anything. She then said, "That kid is here again. 10 a.m., behind the second tree." Jiang Shao turned around slightly and loosened his grip. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow was nailed into the tree accurately. Jiang Shao said, It's been 10 days. You tried to assassinate me 7 times and failed 7 times. Your Highness, if we were on the battlefield, I'm sure you would have died more than 7 times. Beiyu appeared from behind the tree. She was wearing a hood and had a gloomy expression. She looked just like Assassin's Creed. I'm awake. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. Oh, are you really awake or are you sleepwalking? Beiyu walked out of the forest and walked straight to Jiang Shao. Hou Mingming put down her bow and arrow and took a step back. She stood behind Jiang Shao and sized up the luxuriously dressed young man with a scrutinizing gaze. Beiyu took off her hood and stood in front of Jiang Shao. She said, I shouldn't have wasted my time in life. Jiang Shao said, huh? Beiyu looks serious. You're the best one-on-one person in the world. Yes, the strongest university student. Perhaps Beiyu felt that the scope was too wide, so she narrowed it down to university student. Jiang Shao sneered. Does defeating you make me the best one-on-one person? Even though your conclusion is correct, your argument is wrong. Beiyu said something that was completely out of character. I don't have the ability to defeat you at the moment. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, is this a scheme of theirs? Or has she really accepted reality? Jiang Shao looked at Beiyu suspiciously and asked, so? Beiyu said, teach me, train me. Jiang Shao was speechless. What the hell is going on? Beiyu said, I saw you guide her and summon the star map with my own eyes. In the galaxy stage, you summoned the star map. You're an unbelievably excellent teacher. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, why should I teach you? Beiyu said, I'll listen to you unconditionally. Jiang Shao smiled and said, even if you don't listen to me, I can still watch over you and complete the mission. Beiyu looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression. You will gain my friendship and gratitude. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips. Who the hell cares about your friendship? Who the hell cares? Well, to be honest, Beiyu's friendship is indeed worth some money, especially since Conkind is about to change. He decided to put aside the matter between the two countries for now. He didn't want to hurt his own tongue if he spoke too much. If nothing went wrong, Second Last and her troops should be carrying out missions in Conkind for a long time. If he could take down Beiyu Kata, Second Last would indeed be able to do whatever she wanted. Jiang Shao grabbed Beiyu's shoulder and walked to the side. You don't seem like someone who changes her mind easily. You gave up on this mission after just 7 assassination attempts. Beiyu said, the second time was enough for me to recognize the difference between us. As for the last 5 times, it was my pride that got in the way. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded and wondered, what's going on? Beiyu said, since you can achieve such strength at this age, so can I. I have to. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and said, let's talk about why you hate heaven and earth first. Beiyu clenched her fists and said, this is my country, and it's walking towards destruction. Just like that, people watched as it walked towards destruction. The Dark Hall is growing stronger under the noses of some people. No one dares to deal with it or even touch it. Beiyu pointed at Hou Mingming and said, Conkind is like the tree under her arrow. It will turn into nothingness as soon as you touch it. This is my country. As a Chinese, Jiang Shao could say the same thing about his country because he was a Chinese citizen. However, everyone was different, and Beiyu's perspective was completely different from Jiang Zhao's. To a certain extent, Conkind might really be his country. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, if that's what you think, you shouldn't learn these martial arts. At most, we can only charge and break through enemy lines. If you want to save a country, maybe you should take another path, just like your father. No. Beiyu shook her head firmly and said, I have to protect myself to protect my family in this country. Jiang Shao stopped and looked at Beiyu. He said, I don't agree with your actions and words. If you had kept this mindset, you wouldn't have chased away batches of bodyguards. You would work so hard that you wouldn't have time to care about those around you. Beiyu suddenly lowered her voice and leaned forward. She whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, I can't trust anyone. This tree is rotten. It's far safer to have a group of people guarding me than a few people guarding me closely. Jiang Shao. This young man's thoughts were quite deep. Jiang Shao couldn't tell if his thoughts were childish or correct. Who knew what he had gone through to have such a mentality and act like this? Jiang Shao said, "And you chose to trust me. You had 7 chances to kill me." On the training field, in the mansion, in the school cafeteria, Beiyu paused, then continued, "Including yesterday, when you were in the forest with no one around." Jiang Shao was speechless. Behind him, Hou Mingming suddenly said, "Maybe he has a use for you." Beiyu said, "We all know what will happen in 3 days. As long as I'm of some use. Yesterday was a good opportunity for you. If you kidnap me, a lot of things will happen." Jiang Shao asked, "So, what do you plan to do next?" Beiyu said, "You're an excellent teacher. You're strong, very strong. And after testing, you have no ill intentions towards me. So, from now on, I'm going to open my heart and ask for advice humbly. From tonight onwards, I'll live with you." Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. "Why did he not open your heart? We were in a good state before this. I think it's better for me to live alone." Beiyu said, "I don't want you to think. I want you to think." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Say that again. Do you believe that I'll slap you?" Beiyu said, "Tell me, what do you want?" "Anything." Oh, this sentence sounded much more pleasing to the ear. "What do I want? Let me think about it. A 4,500-word chapter. Please give me some tickets, top." Chapter 723. "Okay, I'll promise you first. Tell the guard to change the big bed into 2 single beds," Jiang Shao said to Beiyu. He really couldn't think of what he wanted. In terms of material matters, Jiang Shao was rather satisfied at the moment. It was clearly difficult for him to ask the prince for 100 void calamity star beads. Jiang Shao also discovered his own problem. As an ambitious star warrior, he actually felt satisfied. That's not right. It's really not right. I want to be thirsty. I want heaven, earth, and this world. That's the normal state of a star warrior. However, Beiyu said, "No need. You can sleep in my room." Jiang Shao said, "In that case, arrange for her to sleep in the room next to yours." "Go ahead." Beiyu nodded. Since he had already promised to listen to Jiang Shao, he did intend to do so. Beiyu waved at the patrolling guards in the distance and strode forward. Jiang Shao looked at his tall and thin back view and said, "I can't teach you much. I don't understand your weapon. If you insist on it, I can only teach you dagger techniques." While walking, Beiyu turned around and said, "Let's go back to the room and talk." Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "I really hope that the 2nd generation of the Katuo family is a little princess." Jiang Shao was crazily thinking about peaches. On the other side, Madame Di Lian and an assistant walked over. "Little friend," Di Lian greeted with a gentle smile on her face. Jiang Shao cupped his fists and performed the ancient Chinese etiquette before greeting Di Lian. "Madame Di, you could just call me Xiaopi." Regardless of the era, true scientists, educators, and geniuses like Di Lian should be in awe and veneration. This kind of person could be called the cornerstone of Huaxia. Di Lian was more than 70 years old and slightly hunched. She was about 165 centimeters tall and thin. She had white curly hair and seemed to be in good spirits. Di Lian smiled and said, "Just now, I inadvertently saw you guys summoning the Star Warriors. There seems to be some special effects." Jiang Shao turned to look at Hou Mingming and said, "Show Madame Di our results." A smile bloomed on Di Lian's face. Ever since she had lived, she had seen too many people, especially this group of soldiers. Each of them was more stubborn than the other, and many of them wanted to report to their superiors. Jiang Zhao's cooperation made her feel very comfortable. Di Lian said, "If it's really as we think, the results of your research might be able to fill in some gaps in the characteristics of the human Star Warriors." Jiang Shao replied, "It's my honor." At the side, Hou Mingming had already summoned a pitch-black light to cover her bow and arrow. She shot an arrow at a distant tree. Jiang Shao seized the opportunity to ask, "Madame Di, how's my mewling bear? What did you see?" There was a hint of helplessness in Di Lian's smile as she said, "There are too many unknowns in the Star Warrior world. It's so mysterious." The golden red candle doesn't have any star techniques of the fusion type. Besides the bamboo bear, Delian watched as a few assistants stepped forward and carefully checked the withered tree. She then took out a small bottle to take a sample and continued. These two creatures have nothing to do with each other, but there was such a strange chemical reaction. We think that the main reason for all of this is the mutated candle. Jiang Shao nodded and said, yeah. Delian said, we also brought some golden red candlelight and headed to the bamboo forest dimension to probe it. The feedback the researchers gave us was, although the candlelight and the bamboo bear can live in harmony and play together, the fusion didn't happen. Delian turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, your mutated candle flame is unique. There are so many dimensional spaces in this world, and there are probably hundreds of millions of golden red candle flames. However, there's only one black and white candle flame. For special cases, the research value is much lower. Jiang Shao remained calm and said, that's a pity. Delian nodded and said, but we can find commonalities in special cases. Huh? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Can you give me a hint? Delian smiled generously and waved her hand. This isn't a secret. We've always believed that living creatures have hidden characteristics. This theory has been proposed long ago, but it hasn't been recognized by most scholars because creatures of other dimensions are also living creatures. They also have diverse and complex personalities and characteristics. Relatively speaking, the weaker and purer they are, the more likely it is to verify this theory. Take the golden red candle flame, for example. Although their star techniques are fixed, their hidden characteristics are likely to be dependent. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao asked cautiously, why do you say that? Delian asked, when the image of the golden red candle flame appears in your mind, what kind of adjectives would you use? Give me a few. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, timid and clingy? Delian nodded and said, humans are complicated. Some are bold, some are timid, some are obedient, and some are mischievous. Even pet dogs have their own unique personalities. However, all the golden red candle flames you can find have the same personality. They are timid, cowardly, and clingy. They make very good pet companions. They seem to be carved from the same mold. Although they are of different sizes, their personalities are almost the same. That's the amazing thing about this species. Jiang Shao said, so. Delian turned to look at the black and white candle bear and the hat on its head. She said, maybe the mutated candle flames have infinitely magnified the biological characteristics of their species. The mutated candle flames have maximized this hidden characteristic and become a special star technique that ordinary candle flames can't do. So you saw it clinging to the bamboo bear's head. Maybe it thinks that it has found a safe haven. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Oh my God, that's amazing. Delian said, of course, these are just our speculations. Your mutated candle flames are very helpful to us. In the next stage, we plan to focus on cultivating creatures like the golden red candle flames and let them grow together with powerful and gentle creatures like the bamboo bear. We will use some means to work hard to develop the hidden characteristics of the golden red candle flames. If one day the golden red candle flames fuse with a powerful and gentle creature, you will have contributed greatly. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Madam D, you're exaggerating. No, Delian said, you still haven't realized the value of this. We can also find some strong and gentle people in your army. Jiang Shao was speechless. Delian continued, if we can confirm that the golden red candle flames really have hidden characteristics, we can make an analogy with other creatures. Every creature of other dimensions has its own special characteristics, but due to the fact that their characteristics are too complicated, we have yet to discover their most essential characteristics. Once the theory is established, I don't have to elaborate on the great significance of this research. Delian sighed softly and looked at the busy scientific research team. People like us have been working hard to uncover the secrets of creatures of other dimensions and trying to fill in the blanks of the star beasts. I hope I can live to that day. Jiang Shao said, Madam D, I'm an outstanding medical awakened star warrior. If you feel any discomfort, you can look for me at any time. Dilian froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Shao. She had always treated Jiang Shao as a night guard and finally remembered that he was a mischievous world champion. Dilian found Jiang Zhao's position and thanked him with a smile. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. The nutritionist assigned to me by the country is also a good medical awakened star warrior. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, I'm not saying that he's not good. I mean, my star technique is more effective. In fact, I can give you some energy now. It's impossible to rejuvenate you, but at least it can make your vitality more vigorous. Dilian smiled meaningfully and said, Your blessing is the source of your nickname as a toxic healer. The Chinese are well aware of that. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Dilian said, I still have to thank you for your kindness, but I have a small request that I hope you can cooperate with. Jiang Shao asked, What is it? Dilian asked, Can you summon the mutant candle and separate it from the bamboo bear? We want to see if the candle will fuse with other creatures, such as humans or other creatures of other dimensions. We want to see where its potential lies, and perhaps witness the process of fusion. Jiang Shao held his breath. Damn it, is this a joke? Where's its potential? There's still an empty slot for the black and white candle. It can attach itself to a star beast, Dilian said. We've seen the mutant candle leave the bamboo bear on its own, but our researchers were more rash and scared the mutant candle back. It then clasped itself on the head of the bamboo bear and can no longer be called off. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding. Damn it, if you guys find a few mosquitoes and let the black and white candle attach themselves to them, I'll have to commit suicide. Wait a minute, Jiang Zhao's heart moved. The last time the black and white candle went to fuse with the bamboo bear, it had to get Jiang Zhao's permission. Jiang Shao had given a clear order for the black and white candle to do so. So, from this point of view, as long as Jiang Shao did not instruct it, the black and white candle would not fuse with other creatures. Well, that should be the case. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. An opportunity. Why not take advantage of the situation and take Ms. Dilian's request as a rare opportunity, using the power of the whole country to find a powerful star pet for Jiang Shao? Thinking of this, Jiang Shao said, Powerful and docile creatures are rare. Do we have to let the black and white candle attach itself to another bamboo bear? Dilian nodded. We can consider it that way, but since it's research, we still hope to have more diversity. Let's see if it will attach itself to other creatures in addition to the bamboo bear. Whether it is strong or not is a prerequisite for its attachment, and whether the temperament of another creature must be docile and gentle. All of this is something we have to verify step by step. Dilian casually waved her hand, and Jiang Shao took a few steps back with a loud thud. A giant dragon shrouded in white mist suddenly appeared beside Dilian. Its huge body coiled around Dilian's body. Because Dilian was about 165 meters tall, and the giant dragon was more than 10 meters long, its body almost overlapped with Dilian's, wrapping around her. Hee. Dilian smiled and inserted her hand into the white mist as if she was stroking the body of the mist dragon. She sighed with infinite emotion. I'm old. I'm sorry to have wronged you. The Eastern Dragon made of misty white mist. The Eastern Mist Dragon let out a soft hiss and rushed straight into the sky. Its body seemed to be made of white mist. As it flew into the sky, Jiang Shao realized that he had underestimated it. The more it flew, the larger its body became. The white mist constantly gathered around it, and the dragon's head became larger and larger. In the end, its body was more than 30 meters long. On the illusory dragon's face that was made up of white mist, its eyes could not be seen clearly, but its long whiskers and the dragon horns that were gradually revealing their shape could be seen. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. People always talked about 5-clawed golden dragons, but this mist dragon had 3 claws. The scene attracted everyone's attention. The huge mist dragon circled the sky and finally flew into the night sky before disappearing into the layers of clouds. Delian looked up at her star pet smilingly and said, "It's very hot-tempered." Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. "Is this your star pet? This amiable old lady, this Delian? What level of star warrior is she?" Delian nodded with a smile and said, "I know you, Jiang Xiaopi. You've been on the right path all your life. I also know that one day you'll follow in your parents' footsteps and go where you should go. You're the leader of the younger generation. I'm also looking forward to the day when our country can restart the exploration of the Dragon Cave. By then, you can come to me. You've helped us so much, and we've troubled you for so long. Maybe you should see what they look like." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Delian said, "This is the weakest creature in the Dragon Cave. We call it the Mist Dragon." "The weakest?" Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace. "It's already so mighty, yet it's still the weakest?" Jiang Shao took a deep breath and said, "If, and I mean if, that mutated candle flame can really attach itself to this mist dragon. You know, the candle flame can allow me to bring the target it attaches itself to into my star slot." Delian looked up at the clouds in the night sky and searched for traces of the mist dragon. "I'm old, and my combat field is not the battlefield. It's still young, or rather, it has no age at all." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What does that mean?" Besides, Delian looked at the mist dragon. If the Candle Flame clan can really forcibly deprive other Star Warriors of their star pets, and if we really discover this characteristic of the Candle Flame clan, you can't imagine what kind of changes we'll bring to this world. Jiang Zhao's heart sank. If that was really the case, the world would be completely changed. If China could grasp the secret in this regard one step ahead of others, it would be of immeasurable strategic value to the Chinese nation. Unfortunately, there was only one mutated candle flame. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "A gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. It was only right for such a high-level figure to have such a star pet as a bodyguard." Jiang Shao turned to look at Beiyu, who was dumbfounded and looking up at the night sky. "Beiyu, huh?" Beiyu looked over in a daze. Jiang Shao asked, "Didn't you ask me what I wanted?" Beiyu's face stiffened, seemingly realizing what was about to happen. Jiang Shao pointed to the sky and said, "I want that." Beiyu's face stiffened, and she looked at the sky awkwardly. After a while, she stuttered, Moon? There's only one moon, and it belongs to all humans. We can't take it for ourselves." 4,300 words. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Top. Chapter 724. The bright moon hung in the sky, occasionally covered by the floating clouds. It was rather artistic. What made this scene even more ethereal was that there was a giant eastern dragon made up of mist, swimming and shuttling through the clouds. The people who saw it were overwhelmed with emotions, and their hearts were filled with longing. Delian said softly, "Maybe we can give it a try?" Jiang Shao found it hard to refuse. He strode towards the black and white candle bear and said to it, "Come down." Ing Ing Bear's head was burning with flames, and it was holding a half-eaten apple in its claws. It tilted its furry head and blinked curiously at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao took a step forward, squatted down, and looked at the flames on the top of Ing Bear's head. "Come down, little candle." Ing Bear tried its best to raise its head, seemingly wanting to see who its master was talking to. Unfortunately, it couldn't see the hat on its big furry head. It saw the giant dragon shuttling in the sky. Ing Bear was dumbfounded. The humming bear was startled. Its head was already raised, and its body lost its balance. It directly fell backward onto the grass in the courtyard. Jiang Shao was speechless. "In terms of acting cute, you've won. You're way ahead of the fog dragon." Ing Bear held the apple in one hand and took another bite. It chewed and looked at the magical creature in the sky like it was watching a movie. Jiang Shao raised his voice and said, "Little candle, are you disobedient? Come down. I won't give you good food in the future." Inging Bear suddenly let out a high-pitched and long howl, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. What's going on? Why is it howling like a wolf? Madam D, Mr. D, a worried voice sounded. However, they were addressing Di Lian as Madam D or Mr. D. Addressing her as Mr. was also a habit left over from the old days. At a young age, Di Lian was already a master of her generation. She had participated in the education of star warriors for China and was definitely the founder of star studies, be it star techniques, star maps, or star beasts. She had achieved remarkable results and made outstanding contributions. A few decades ago, there was a period of time when the media in China addressed Di Lian as Mr. to show respect for a person of this level of knowledge. As Huaxia entered a new era, there were fewer and fewer people who were qualified to be called that. Di Lian's personality was easygoing. She would only occasionally call her Madam in private situations. She didn't express her attitude forcefully, which also caused people to be confused about how to address her. Why was the backyard in chaos? This was because the mist dragon in the sky had revealed its huge head from the clouds and was looking down. Because the mist dragon was made up of clouds and mist, it didn't have eyes, so people couldn't tell who it was looking at. However, the pressure coming from above was real. The degree of the star power oscillation could affect the backyard below, even from high altitude. Hence, it was obvious how powerful it was. Di Lian was slightly surprised too. She knew the mist dragons very well and knew that the mist dragons had a particularly bad temper. They were also the masters of provocation in the Dragon Cave. However, due to the fact that the mist dragons were of a high level and were arrogant, they mostly challenged the powerhouses. After Di Lian returned to Earth with the infant mist dragon, it didn't cause trouble because it wasn't interested in insignificant people. Today, this guy, Di Lian, looked at Inging Bear thoughtfully and had a guess. Is it because of this guy? It shouldn't be. Isn't Inging Bear a level lower than the mist dragon? The difference of a level should not be underestimated. The difference in strength between a silver ape ghoul and a golden ape ghoul king was worlds apart. That was only in the early stages. The higher one's strength rose, the greater the gap. Just like humans, the gap between the Stardust stage and the Nebulous stage was like the gap between the Nebulous stage and the Galaxy stage. Although it was only a gap of one stage, the difference in strength was not small. To everyone's bewilderment, the lazy and docile Inging Bear actually got up. It tried its best to raise its head and raise its paw, which was still holding the apple that it had bitten off. It seemed to be handing it to the mist dragon. That's amazing. What are the characteristics of the bamboo bear? It's lazy, gluttonous, and sleepy. There's no reason for it to give the food in its mouth to other creatures. Di Lian's expression suddenly changed, and she yelled, "Stop!" The old lady, who was more than 70 years old, was actually full of energy. However, her majestic and loud voice did not stop the mist dragon from attacking. When Di Lian spoke, a cloud of mist had already blasted down. Jiang Shao was taken aback. And pounced forward, pushing the black and white candle bear to the ground and using it as a shield. Jiang Shao could teleport away, but he was afraid that the Inging Bear would get hurt. He could also teleport away with the Inging Bear, but it would be a different story if he were to show that his space-time rift could bring people along in front of a group of top experts and scholars in desperation. Jiang Shao had no choice but to act as a human shield and fall on the Inging Bear. Bang! The cloud and mist directly blasted a large hole in the grass. In fact, the huge backyard was almost affected by it. The airwaves surged, and some of the researchers in the distance were thrown out. The mist rippled, and the rich star power filled the backyard. Jiang Shao and the Inging Bear were blasted into the deep pit in the ground. Damn it! Jiang Shao grimaced in pain. Although he did not suffer any injuries, the pain did not stop him from feeling it. Waves of qi and blood surged, and Jiang Shao actually found the feeling of platinum silence. Smack! Smack! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The sound of an apple being chewed could be heard. Jiang Shao propped himself up and looked at the black and white candle bear beneath him, only to discover that its black eyes were actually burning with black candlelight. Ah, Jiang Shao was really taken aback. The adorable Ying bear actually has such a ferocious and terrifying side. The Ying bear chewed on the apple and pushed Jiang Shao away with its claws. It then slowly climbed up and stood in the deep pit while roaring at the sky. Roar! Oh my God! Jiang Shao grabbed the Ying bear's paw and hurriedly tried to persuade it. Brother, forget it. Come, go back to my star map. Jiang Shao then tried to put the Ying bear back into the star map. Whoosh! Jiang Shao felt a huge force in front of his chest, and his entire body was thrown out like a cannonball. Due to the fact that the pit was indeed relatively large, Jiang Shao did not fly out and was instead embedded in the wall of the pit. Hiss! In the sky, there was a dragon's roar, and another cloud of mist blasted down. Roar! With a loud roar, the black candlelight in the Ying bear's eyes burned even more ferociously, and the white candlelight on its head emitted a loud sound. Its furry, round body suddenly grew larger. Jiang Shao was embedded in the wall of the pit while recalling Principal Yang Chensan's words. The bamboo bear is docile and very lazy. If you want to make it fight, it's very simple. Just infuriate it. A huge bamboo bear that was almost 5 meters tall moved its hill-like body and stepped on the edge of a deep pit. Its bare paw punched at the mist that was descending from the sky. Bang! Carrying the dense astral power, the cloud broke apart with a piercing sound. Jiang Shao yelled, "Black and white candle. Use the iciness star technique." Although the black and white candle was timid and unwilling to get down from the bamboo bear's head in front of so many people, it still obeyed Jiang Zhao's orders. However, it was still very obedient to Jiang Zhao's orders. The white flames on the Ying bear's head burned even more ferociously, and the black candlelight in its eyes also expanded greatly. However, the Ying bear's movement stiffened. Clearly, it had calmed down after being completely infuriated. However, the sad thing was that the fog dragon in the sky roared and descended vertically with the mist. "Granny," Jiang Shao yelled, "what do you mean by begging for help? My Granny D, can you control this lousy dragon of yours? Have you been holding it in for too long that you want to fight everyone you see? Roar!" The Ying bear did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, it seemed to have a clearer goal, and its mind became clearer. A huge round bamboo suddenly appeared in its giant claws. The illusory round bamboo was actually as thick as the Ying bear's body. The Ying bear hugged the round bamboo with both hands and smashed it at the fog dragon that descended from the sky. Boom! The round bamboo collided with the dragon's head, and the ice candle flames spread in all directions, directly igniting the fog dragon that was more than 30 meters long. The fog dragon, which was originally white, was now completely stained with the color of the ice candle flames from head to tail. Its body that should not have a physical body and should only be pieced together by mist also revealed its true form at this moment. The mist on its body was continuously turning into ice crystals under the freezing effect of the ice candle flames. Of course, none of this could be seen by the people because the backyard of the Katoa residence had been completely overturned at this time. It turned out that Jiang Shao was indeed not there to protect Beiyu, but to kill him. Bang! Bang! Boom! Hiss! Roar! The violent collision sounds were endless, and the dragon's roar intertwined with the Xiongzhao's. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the turf, mist, and dust were all blown away. Everyone saw the scene of the giant candle bear and the ice candle fog dragon tearing at each other in the deep pit. The fog dragon that was wrapped in the ice candle flames seemed to have a physical body, but it seemed to have an additional advantage. It wrapped the giant candle bear tightly from head to toe, opened its mouth, and bit the black and white candle bear's huge head. The black and white candle bear spread its paws and clawed at the dragon's mouth, trying its best to resist. In terms of strength alone, it's actually not afraid of the fog dragon at all. What should we do? Everyone immediately panicked and cried for help. Delian was a little stunned too. She yelled, "Stop!" However, no one seemed to be able to stop the entanglement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, 3 normal-looking bamboo bears appeared. They were probably in the growth phase, and they all bit at the fog dragon that had a physical body. Roar! Roaring skill, iron-eating myth. A bear roar echoed. Everyone in Ka-Tuo's backyard, including the mansion, couldn't escape. Their legs shivered in fright. They scattered like headless flies. It was a mess, a complete mess. In fact, Delian, whose abilities were unknown, was just about to make a move when she was frightened by the roar of the bear. She took a few steps back and even turned around in a bid to escape. The special effect of the iron-eating myth star technique was too terrifying. Even such a powerful star warrior could not escape. If this went on, the dragon and the bear would be able to raze the Ka-Tuo residents to the ground even before the enemy's assassination team arrived. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Shao held the bell in one hand and pressed it against his chest while trembling, trying to drive away the panic in his mind. You have the iron-eating myth star technique, but I have the diamond bell. Bang! With a muffled sound, both the dragon's roar and the bear's roar became silent. Jiang Shao had already appeared in a flash and stood at the edge of the pit. The diamond silence in his hand made the 2 beasts in the pit completely calm down. The huge dragon's head and the huge bear's eyes looked down at the little person at the edge of the pit in the distance. An overwhelming aura swept down and rushed at Jiang Zhao's soul. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look at the entangled dragon and the giant bear. Shut up! Bang! It was another diamond silence. The giant bamboo bear's body gradually shrank, and it kept vomiting blood. Even the apple core was spat out. The fog dragon had long lost its temper and forgotten to fight. It tried its best to swim up into the sky, but the area seemed to have been confined, and it swam rather slowly. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and another diamond silence was cast. Hearing the panicked cries in the residence, and looking at the dragon and bear that had stopped, Jiang Shao said with a sorrowful expression, "I have something to say. Please listen carefully. Bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 725. Jiang Shao looked sorrowful and was about to say something when Ho Mingming's slightly trembling voice came from afar. Clearly, she was shocked by the iron-eating myth, even though she was standing further away. Ho Mingming yelled, "Xiaopi, Beiyu is gone." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and hurriedly looked around for Beiyu. Putting aside the star pets, the forces present could be roughly divided into 3 parties. Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming were the guardians of the night, the Chinese experts, and the guards of Ka-Tuo Mansion. The only ones who could have gone wrong were the guards of Ka-Tuo Mansion. So, Beiyu's judgment was right? The tree is already rotted. There's actually a mole among the guards of Ka-Tuo Mansion. The battle between the bear and the mist dragon had indeed given the other party an opportunity. In particular, the bear's roaring technique, iron-eating myth, had caused a huge mess. After Jiang Shao had just integrated candle and bamboo bear, he had experimented with various star techniques of Yingxion. Jiang Shao remembered clearly that he and Han Jiangxue were present at that time. When Yingxion used the iron-eating mythical technique, Jiang Shao didn't feel anything at all. However, Han Jiangxue's expression changed drastically, and she was extremely horrified. What did that mean? It meant that the bear's roaring technique could distinguish between friend and foe. However, when the bear was fighting the mist dragon previously, it had already reached the point where it could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Jiang Shao, who was in the pit, was also treated as an enemy by the bear. The bear's roar made Jiang Shao, who was the owner, tremble in fear, let alone the others. The chaos in Ka-Tuo Mansion finally gave the group of rascals an opportunity to take advantage of. But how did the guards escape the influence of the iron-eating myth? Could it be the guards at the periphery? There! There! A Chinese researcher exclaimed as he pointed in a direction in the forest. Let's go. Jiang Shao hurriedly yelled at Ho Mingming and disappeared into the forest in a flash. Ho Mingming strode forward with her bow and arrow in hand. She left the Chinese experts and a few guards who were at loss. Di Lian's body flew up with the wind and summoned the mist dragon in the sky. She then put it into the star map and said, "Xiao Yuan, chase after it." Di Lian felt a little guilty. She didn't control the mist dragon well, which led to this chaotic situation. Among the experts below, a young man wearing glasses and a white coat, who was holding a camcorder, nodded while trembling. "Yes, sir." Di Lian waved her palm, and a strong gust of wind rose from the feet of the researcher, Yuan Zhu, and was blown towards Di Lian in the air. As the two of them flew through the air, they searched the forest below. As they flew, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky. Then it started to drizzle. Di Lian and the others had no idea that it was Jiang Zhao's tier star technique. Within the range of the field tier, the little ghosts had nowhere to hide. Yuan Zhu touched the cold raindrops on her forehead. She had finally calmed down and said, "Sir, that bamboo bear is really powerful. It is an extremely powerful astral pet, both in terms of physical attributes and in terms of personality." Di Lian also nodded in admiration. Ordinary star beasts won't attract the mist dragon's attention, but the mist dragon broke the rule. Yuan Zhu asked what. Di Lian said, "The diamond quality mist dragon only provokes the other dragons in the dragon cave. I've brought it out for so many years and I've seen so many star beasts and astral pets, but it has never taken the initiative to provoke them." Yuan Zhu covered her glasses that had been messed up by the wind and rain and said, Is that bamboo bear of diamond quality too?" Yuan Zhu was secretly astonished. The Dragon Cave was a secret kept by China and the Russian Federation. Apart from the senior military officials and individual researchers, no one else in the world knew the real situation in the Dragon Cave. Due to the special nature of the area where the Dragon Cave was located, a series of problems arose. It was located at the border between China and the Russian Federation, so the dimensional space was considered to be jointly developed by the two countries. After communicating and reaching an agreement, the two countries chose not to disclose any information to the outside world. Extremely powerful creatures and star techniques were of strategic significance to the countries because it was directly related to the construction, use, and further development of military force. Before completely controlling the Dragon Cave, the two countries would definitely not disclose any information to the outside world. Ordinary people speculated that the creatures in the Dragon Cave were at least platinum quality because there were no creatures above platinum quality in the world, and no one had seen any star techniques above platinum quality. Everyone thought that the platinum quality was already the ceiling of the world, be it in terms of star techniques or star techniques. However, the opening of the Dragon Cave back then completely broke that rule. The quality of the star techniques of the creatures inside varied, but they were all at least diamond level in terms of the grade of star techniques. Due to the fact that the Dragon Cave was too dangerous, the exploration of the Dragon Cave by both China and the Russian Federation was still in its early stages, and there weren't many results. If it weren't for the fact that Di Lian had subdued a dying mist dragon, the research results of China would probably be even lower. A long time ago, as batches of warriors continued to die and never returned, China and the Russian Federation temporarily put on hold their plans to explore the Dragon Cave. What Di Lian said to Jiang Shao previously was indeed her wish. She hoped to see the country resume the exploration of the Dragon Cave in her lifetime. As the leader of the younger generation, Jiang Zhao's combat effectiveness and excellent personal qualities made Di Lian's heart skip a beat. The rarest thing was that, just like Di Lian said, Jiang Shao had always been on the right path. Unlike other countries that were declining day by day, Huaxia's gradual increase in national strength was something that was bound to happen, and it was also something that was happening. If the country were to restart the Dragon Cave project in a few years, or even more than a decade later, Di Lian felt that Jiang Shao would probably be a member of the team, just like his parents. She wondered if two generations of people could complete the same mission. Delian shook her head and said, I don't think so. Other than the creatures in the dragon cave that have yet to be announced to the public, the platinum quality is already the limit in this world. Yuan Zhu made a bold guess. Could it be that the bamboo bear's quality has increased due to the possession of the mutated candle flame? Delian thought about it and said, that's a good guess. We have already tested it. Under normal conditions, the physical data of the black and white candle bear is slightly worse than that of an ordinary adult bamboo bear. After all, the black and white candle bear is still growing. When we go back, we will test the physical data of the black and white candle bear in the ancestor's body state and compare it with the data of an ordinary bamboo bear in the ancestor's body state to see if there is a significant improvement. Over there, sir. Yuan Zhu covered her glasses and suddenly said, they've caught up. In the forest below, Ho Mingming was holding a bow, an arrow. Her eyes were bright, like a ferocious beast in the dark night, as she stared at the swaying figures in the dense forest. The night wind blew the raindrops into her bright eyes, but it didn't affect her in the slightest. Whoosh! Ho Mingming's bow and arrow were covered in a dark luster. The dark arrow was like a meteor chasing after the moon, drawing a trail in the dense forest at an extremely fast speed, leaving sparks behind. Then, the dark luster of the bow and arrow in Ho Mingming's hand faded. Her movements were much smoother. Astral power overflowed, and the air billowed, blowing her long ponytail. A series of black feathered arrows with tracking effects were shot out rapidly. She no longer had to worry about the route and chased after them in a zigzag manner. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. After shooting the series of arrows, Ho Mingming dashed out like a rabbit. On the battlefield in the distance, Jiang Shao had already stopped a team of 4 people. The platinum silence hit them so hard that they felt dizzy, and the astral power in their bodies was in a mess. Jiang Shao originally used the domain of silence to smash the 2 crows into human form. One of them was pierced through the heart and bombarded to death by the 7 star beads. The other person seemed to have forgotten that he was in danger and even forgot that his companion was being attacked. He simply stared at the back with his mouth agape and watched as his companion gradually died under the moonlight in the dense forest. The guard watched as the tall, black figure walked out. He raised his hands in panic and shook his head continuously while muttering something incomprehensible as if he was begging for mercy. Bang! A strong gust of wind swept through, and the guard who had fainted at the front directly smashed onto Jiang Zhao's side with the wind and rain. Jiang Shao turned around and raised his head, only to see Delian and Yuan Zhu standing in the sky with the wind. Out of the 4 guards, 2 were dead, 1 was injured, and 1 was defeated. If the higher-ups blame me, I will take the main responsibility, Delian and Yuan Zhu said as they slowly floated down. It was my fog dragon that caused these things. Jiang Shao wiped his face and hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm the one who has to take the main responsibility. I didn't control the humming bear well. Jiang Shao did not immediately chase after the guard in front, because he had also sensed that the guard had been subdued by Delian and the others. While speaking, Jiang Shao turned his head to look at Ho Mingming, who was stepping on a piece of mud mixed with rainwater and gently poking at the withered debris with his hunting bow. The scene was not gory, but it was extremely horrifying because Jiang Shao knew that the mud was actually a corpse, but he couldn't find any traces of human flesh. Ho Mingming finally pulled out a star bead from the tip of her bow. She bent down, picked it up, and said, without this mess, this group of people wouldn't have appeared. We've captured 2 of them, and this will be our breakthrough point. Ho Mingming casually threw the star bead at Jiang Shao and turned to look at the guard who was trembling and raising his hands to surrender. She said, Xiaopi. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and asked, huh? Ho Mingming said, stop looking at me. This is the star map that you helped me develop. You have to keep some of your praises to yourself. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, it was rude to stare at someone. He hurriedly threw Bella Bayu and said, I'll go get the star power handcuffs. You guys guard them first. I'll be back soon. Jiang Zhao's figure then flashed and disappeared. Even after leaving the forest, Jiang Zhao's heart was still cold. The scene just now was too terrifying. Jiang Zhao could accept the big tree withering, but a living person was screaming and gradually withering in front of him. Jiang Zhao was not feeling good at all. His body was being nibbled away bit by bit, and his vitality was being drained rapidly, but there was nothing he could do. This is despair. In fact, Jiang Zhao had been thinking about what he should do to survive if he were to be shot by Ho Mingming. Can Bell and Blessing stop the human body from withering? As long as I have enough vitality, I should be able to break the withering, right? Jiang Zhao couldn't help but shiver. No, I have to go back and find a star beast to test it out. If Blessing, Bell, and other star techniques could stop the body from withering, that would be for the best. If it couldn't be stopped, Jiang Zhao planned to treat Ho Mingming better in the future. Before he found a way to deal with it, he could be a little cowardly. Yes, just a little. Continue to 4,200 words. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. Please give me some tickets, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 726. The next day, in the huge basement of the Kator residence, Second Last hugged her shoulders and crossed her arms in front of her. She leaned against the wall and glanced at the two glass rooms. In each glass room, there was a prisoner being interrogated. Ever since Second Last expanded her own army, the Tail Feathers team had the ability to interrogate prisoners independently. Hence, they no longer needed to borrow interrogators from the Guardians of the Night. Of course, ordinary people would also have the ability to interrogate prisoners after undergoing training. The so-called ability to interrogate prisoners refer to star techniques from the perspective of Star Warriors. At this moment, the two guards, one down and one injured, were facing Wolf leader Zhang Chongfa from the Tengu squad and Owl Xiao Xiao from the Shadow Crow squad. Wolfhead and Owl belonged to different teams, but they were both scouts in the team, especially Xiao Xiao, whose codename was Owl. Since the Shadow Raven team was a scouting team, it was obvious how strong he was to be able to be the #1 scout in the scouting team. Zhang Chongfa, whose codename was Wolfhead, used a star technique that Jiang Zhao had never seen or heard of before. It seemed to have dragged the other party into an illusion. However, Jiang Zhao was very familiar with the star technique that Xiao Xiao used. It was the star technique of the lily of the valley from the peninsula. The red and blue fog was very representative. The interrogation methods of the two were almost the same. They both dragged the other party into an illusion and cleverly guided the other party to reveal their secrets instead of torturing them. It was quiet in the basement because the Tail Feathers team had commandeered the place. Even though it was the Kator residence, ever since Second Last stepped onto the land, the owner of the residence seemed to have changed. After hearing Ho Mingming's report, Second Last rushed over with two teams. 2 days later, it would be the big day of Mr. Ka Tuo's ascension. The group of people had chosen to kidnap Beiyu last night. Clearly, they were plotting something big. Why? Because Beiyu was still alive. Why was Beiyu still alive? That was a very interesting topic. Everyone could tell that Beiyu was far more useful when he was alive than when he was dead. Once the little prince of Beiyu was dead, nothing would be able to stop Mr. Ka Tuo from achieving great things, given his style of doing things. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao and the others made up for their mistake and chased Beiyu back. Second Last leaned against the wall, and her gaze was attracted by the glass room on Wolfhead's side. She pressed one hand against her ear and was clearly listening to something carefully through the monitoring device in her ear. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao suddenly appeared beside Second Last and grumbled softly, "You're too strict. Even I'm not allowed to enter." I almost killed Xiao Yi, codenamed Shadow Crow, just now. This Shadow Crow squad is indeed very interesting. The real name of the captain, Shadow Crow, is Xiao Yi, and the real name of the member, Owl, is Xiao Xiao. It's easy to make a mistake if you're not careful. Second Last raised her hand and gestured for him to stop. Jiang Zhao hurriedly shut up and looked at the two glass rooms curiously. Without any perception-type star techniques or earphones, he couldn't hear anything. More than 10 seconds later, as the guard in the glass room shut up, second last turned to look at Jiang Shao. Say something. Don't be so silent. It's scary, Jiang Shao said meekly. Capturing the captives could only be considered a stroke of luck. As a bodyguard, Jiang Shao had indeed made a huge mistake and almost caused a huge disaster. Otherwise, the mischievous Jiang Shao wouldn't have been so weak. He knew that he was in the wrong. Second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao and said in a hoarse voice, I'll settle the score with you later. Jiang Shao smirked and said, I've made amends for my mistakes, right? Second last turned around to look at the glass room and said, It depends. Jiang Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. What do you mean? Second last said, if they can really be used as a breakthrough, you can make amends for your mistakes. If they don't have any valuable information on them, Jiang Shao looked at second last inquisitively, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Shao was extremely anxious. Second last suddenly changed the topic and said, I've been thinking about the situation of the abnormal ball that you told me about previously. Okay. Jiang Zhao's heart tightened, and he gestured in the direction of the glass room with his eyes. There were 2 scouts in there, and their abilities were unquestionable. Second last waved her hands nonchalantly and said, The glass room is soundproof. Jiang Shao felt a little relieved and asked, What's your plan, then? Second last said, There's no doubt about it. That's our duty. However, the source of the news is you. Second last turned around again and stared at Jiang Shao with a scorching gaze. Jiang Shao asked, So? Second last sighed softly and said, I can give you some freedom to do whatever you want under the premise that the mission is completed. Jiang Shao asked, What do you mean? Second last said, You have a star technique of high quality and camouflage. Jiang Shao looked at second last thoughtfully and understood what she meant. Second last said, You have 10 days. I don't care what methods you use, just do what you should do. You only have 10 days. Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded gently. Second last said, Give me the results within 10 days. Tell me who you've passed the news to. I only want the results, not the process. Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, Thank you. Second last stretched her hand out and pressed it gently on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. I heard that you helped Ho Mingming develop her star map and allowed her to turn star techniques into martial arts when she was at the peak of the galaxy stage. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, It's not really considered star techniques. It's just a superficial application. Besides, she should be entering the galaxy stage soon. She told me that herself. Second last nodded and said, The higher-ups approve of the results of the tail feather team and want my team to continue expanding. After this mission, I'll be promoted and promoted. Jiang Shao smiled and said, That's great news. Why? Did you encounter a problem in choosing a team again? Second last nodded and continued. Do you think Ho Mingming has the ability to lead a team of her own? Jiang Shao smirked and said, The members of the 3 teams that you have are the elites of the elites. Apart from Ho Mingming, the rest are all in the galaxy stage. Yet, you want to choose Ho Mingming, who's in the galaxy stage, as the captain? Second last said, Sun Dashing's team is built with the idea of being the best. I used to be worried about whether Sun Dasheng and Ho Mingming could support the output of the team, but it turns out that I was overthinking. The shield warrior Yan Huan is considered average, but the addition of Fu Hei has given the team a qualitative improvement. Under the premise of Fu Hei's existence, Ho Mingming and Sun Dasheng are both wasting their talents. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao thought of the rascal with pigtails and thought, Is Fu Hei also a radical battle healer? Second last suddenly asked, Zhao Wenlong, what do you think of him? Huh? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned to hear the old cadre's name. Second last changed the topic too quickly. Jiang Shao said, He's pretty good, but he's a little less competitive. That's because of his personality. He's actually very strong. Do you fancy him? Second last said, When I asked Ho Mingming for her opinion, she agreed to be the captain, but she specifically asked for you and Zhao Wenlong. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought. Sister P has seen so many experts in the Guardians of the Night, but she's still living in the past? This is clearly the lineup of the three from Beijing for the World Cup. Second last said, I can't give it to her because I'll get Fu Hei to protect her. However, Zhao Wenlong can give it a try. His resume is clean, and he's already been vetted. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Are you spoiling Ho Mingming? You'll give it to her just because she wants it? That's not like you, is it? With a peculiar expression on her face, second last said, She gave me an interesting military order. Jiang Shao was burning with a burning desire for gossip, and he frantically asked, What did Little P promise you? Second last glanced at Jiang Shao and said, Zhao Wenlong's talent shouldn't be wasted on an exhibition match. Exhibition match? Master, Zhao actually want to play in the league? Is that for real? Second last suddenly stopped and pressed on the invisible earphones in her ears again, clearly listening to something carefully. A few seconds later, second last smiled faintly. Her smile was full of danger. Second last said, I'll give you a mission. Sensing second last's murderous intent, Jiang Shao bit the bullet and asked, What is it? In 2 days, set off for China and contact Zhao Wenlong. Ask him if he has any intention of joining the Guardians of the Night. Second last turned to look at the glass room, only to see that wolf-head Zhang Chongfa was standing behind the guard. He leaned over and whispered something into the guard's ear. The guard's face was covered in tears, and he seemed to be on the verge of breaking down as he bawled. Jiang Shao asked, You don't need me to be your bodyguard anymore? Second last looked at Wolfhead in admiration and said, It doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. In the next 2 days, guard Beiyu well and ensure that nothing happens before the Ka-Tuo family takes over. After that, you can leave on your own. You want to do something big? Bring me along. Jiang Shao volunteered. Second last said, It's not your turn to attack a city. Jiang Shao grinned helplessly and said, Okay, I'll go back to China to look for Zhao Wenlong. Which league is he in now? Second last said, Go and ask Ho Mingming. Also, give me the results in 10 days. Second last then gestured at the owl and strode out of the basement. At the door, In Crow and the others were still guarding cautiously. When they saw second last coming out with Owl, In Crow was overjoyed. He slapped Owl's shoulder and exclaimed, Great! You're indeed worthy of being my soldier. You're even faster than the Tengu. Owl looked a little awkward and reported truthfully, Wolfhead instructed me first. I'm still working hard. Shadow Crow's face stiffened. Awkward. At the side, the gigantic Tengu spread its arms and looked down at Shadow Crow from above. That mocking expression was as annoying as it could get. Second last didn't stop at all and said, Tengu, guard the residence. Shadow Crow team, follow me. Yes. Shadow Crow said frantically and chased after her with his team of 4. Boss, what's the mission? Second last walked out of the residence and hopped onto the convertible military vehicle. She then roared and left. The members of the Shadow Crow team looked at each other and wondered, Why are you so anxious? You don't even want to wait? Puff, puff, puff. The 4 members of the team turned into Shadow Crows one after another, including the medical awakened Star Warrior. The 4 crows flapped their wings and quickly chased after the military vehicle that was speeding away. Although Jiang Shao knew that the members of the Tail Feather team were the best of the best, and each of them was more ferocious than the other, he felt that second last was forming a zoo. However, after listening to the code names, Jiang Shao felt that second last was building a zoo, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 727. On the 5th of May, the Kongjin Republic, which was in a life-and-death situation, had a new leader. Mr. Ka-Tuo was appointed to take the throne. However, to be honest, the people of Kongjin did not have much of a reaction to it. For a country that had been at war for a long time, the people did not know if they would be able to see the sun tomorrow. All they cared about was their lives and their next meal. As for the distant leaders, they no longer cared. In comparison, the people of Kongjin were more concerned about the guard around them and whether they would suddenly leave and stop providing them with aid and relief. What really made Mr. Katua stand out was not his actions when he took the throne, but his actions after he took the throne. Kong Jind had long become allies with China, but after he took the throne, the strength of the alliance deepened to a terrifying extent. It was obviously very irrational to pin one's fate on others, but special times called for special means. When a person had nothing to lose, it was hard to imagine what he could do. It was the same for a country. Asking for help from all sides and applying for a large number of Chinese troops was almost equivalent to opening the country's doors. Of course, this was only on the surface. As a matter of fact, Kong Jind had always been like this, and the gates of Kong Jind's country had always been wide open, truly wide. The small country should be thankful that its neighbor was China. Ever since China slowly struggled to stand up from the mire in the previous century, it had always been friendly and helpful to its neighboring countries. As long as Kong Jind still had the capital to struggle, there would definitely be different voices. However, most of the people in Kong Jind were grateful for Mr. Katuo's boldness and for China's stability. Clearly, Kong Jind had fallen to such an extent. At the end of the day, it was all about the people. They had to live. That was all. In the past 2 days, Second Last had replaced Ming Ming's position in the Great Sage team and seized Sun Dashing's position as the captain. She then led the Shadow Crow team and the Great Sage team to destroy the mysterious assassination organization. There were a total of 36 members, and none of them escaped. The members of the assassination organization were still being interrogated, and Jiang Shao had no idea what kind of secrets would be revealed. Jiang Shao was not too interested in things that were too far away, even if the person he was protecting was Beiyu Kata. In the past 2 days, Di Lian and her team of Huaxia experts had conducted further data analysis and research on the black and white candle bear. Unfortunately, the team of experts did not make any breakthrough. The black and white candle flame did not attach itself to another creature. It seemed to have attached itself to the bamboo bear. However, this did not mean that the black and white candle did not have the ability to rely on other creatures. It could only mean that the little guy was very uncooperative or that it particularly liked this bamboo bear. Interestingly, in the state of the progenitor's body, there was not much difference in the data of the growing black and white candle bear and the adult bamboo bear. This made the Huaxia experts notice something different. After getting Jiang Zhao's permission, Di Lian decided to let the black and white candle bear stay in Katuo Mansion for a while, waiting for Jiang Shao to come back. Because Jiang Shao had other missions, he had to make a trip back to China. No one knew what Jiang Shao was going to do, but Jiang Shao knew very well that although Second Last asked him to recruit Zhao Wenlong, she actually wanted him to convey the information of the alien ball. Fu Haiding took over Jiang Zhao's position and guarded the Katuo Mansion together with Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao also boarded the military plane and returned to the capital. May 6, 2018, the capital was sunny. In a park in the Dongyang district. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the park was bustling with activity. Old men in 2s and 3s sat by the stone tables in the park, playing chess and chatting. In a small stadium not far away, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children were playing football on the small green grass field. Compared to the war-torn Konkind, this place was much more peaceful. Peace might be the greatest happiness in the world, but all of this was too common in China. Some people seem to have forgotten the value of peace. Uncle, a little girl squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the green field. She stood behind a man in a suit and leather shoes and shouted timidly. In fact, when the little girl squeezed through the crowd, some people in the crowd had already begun to be vigilant. The middle-aged man turned around curiously and looked down at the little girl who was eating a lollipop. He then squatted down with a kind smile. "What's the matter?" On the side, a middle-aged woman's eyes were locked on the green field. She looked at one of the boys who was playing football. She looked away reluctantly and turned her head to look at her husband. The little girl was obviously a little shy. She twirled the lollipop in her hand and seemed to really want to say something. "What's the matter, child?" The woman also squatted down, gently rubbed her head, and said, "Where are your parents? Are you lost?" "No, The little girl shook her head continuously and finally mustered the courage to say, "There's an old man over there. He's asking you to go over." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and asked, "Me?" The little girl nodded and said, "Guan Chi." The middle-aged man named Guan Chi frowned slightly and looked into the distance. However, he couldn't see the old man over there because of the crowd. The little girl said seriously, "Uncle Guan Chi of the Star Warriors Association." Guan Chi nodded gently and said, "Where is he? Can you take me there?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, then ran away with the lollipop. Guan Chi stood up and nodded in a certain direction in the crowd. He then patted the arm of the woman beside him gently and said, "I'll be back soon." There was a hint of worry on the woman's face. Guan Chi said, "Keep an eye on the child." As he spoke, he walked out of the crowd. Not far away, a bodyguard in a suit and leather shoes also walked out of the crowd. His eyes searched around, and soon, his eyes fixed on a white-haired old man. It was a park and a place where parents brought their children to play. Most of the people around were ordinary people and wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. On the other side, there was an old man sitting alone on the stone table at the edge of the room. He was far away from the crowd, and his eyes were fixed on Guan Chi. His gaze was fixed on Guan Chi for a long time, which was enough to explain the problem. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be no one around the old man. The uncles and aunties were there to chat and kill time. The fact that the elderly were all far away from the old man was more indicative of the problem. After Guan Chi squeezed out of the crowd, he immediately noticed the old man. The old man smiled slightly and stretched out his old palm that was covered with age spots to gesture to the stone table in front of him. Guan Chi and the bodyguard looked at each other and walked over. Guan Chi walked across the stone path on the lawn and arrived at the edge of the park. He stood in front of the stone table and said politely, "Hello, old mister. Young man, take a seat." The old man gestured to the stone bench opposite him and placed the chess pieces on the table. Guan Chi hesitated for a moment, sat down, and looked at the bodyguard secretly. However, the bodyguard shook his head subtly. Guan Chi and his bodyguard had a tacit understanding. The subtle action let Guan Chi know that the old man was not a Star Warrior. "Old mister, why are you looking for me? My child is still playing football. This is an important game for him," Guan Chi said with a smile. The old man nodded slightly and raised his hand to launch cannon. Vice President of the China Star Warriors Association. "Young man, you're young and promising. It's a little difficult for me to meet you." Guan Chi hesitated for a moment and looked at the old man opposite him quietly. He didn't expect the old man to be so irritable and launch a cannon right away. He didn't even want to launch a cannon just for the sake of a pawn. Guan Chi was speechless. The old man said, "I have an old comrade who sent me some information through various means." The old man gestured to the cannon and gestured to the soldiers behind him. He then reached out and pointed to the soldiers on the line next to him, drawing a triangle. Guan Chi didn't move and was a little confused. The old man pointed to the 5 cannons that he had launched and said, "Earth." Guan Chi asked, "Oh." The old man drew a vertical line behind him and said, "The door of the dimensional space." Guan Chi furrowed his brows slightly. The old man followed the vertical line and pointed at the 5 soldiers on his side. The lower dimensional space. As soon as the words lower dimension came out, Guan Chi seemed to have realized where the topic was going. The old man's finger moved horizontally and slid to the 3 soldiers, gesturing to the horizontal line. The holy ground, also known as the space-time tunnel. The old man pointed at the soldiers on the 3 paths and said, "The upper dimensional space." As he spoke, the old man drew a diagonal line and slid it to the 5 cannons of the enemy camp. The other holy ground. Finally, he pointed to the cannon that originally represented Earth and said, "The dimensional world is another Earth to some extent. I call it the alien sphere." Guan Chi was shocked. The old man said softly, "All the dimensional spaces on Earth. As long as you go up, everything will eventually converge at the alien sphere. The alien sphere is a planet that is exactly the same as Earth, but in a different dimension, it overlaps with Earth. All the dimensional creatures on Earth have bodies there. The old man said softly as he moved the chess pieces on the stone table away. There are only 2 soldiers and 1 cannon left, leaving only the triangle. Many soldiers who mistakenly entered the upper dimension eventually converged at the alien sphere, where they struggled and survived. The alien sphere also seems to have a tendency to merge with Earth. The direct opening of the holy ground seems to confirm this. The old man pondered for a while and said, "I'll tell you quickly. Your child is good at football. Let me finish telling you this story. Maybe you can catch up to him in the second half." 20 minutes later, the old man's story slowly came to an end. Without waiting for Guanxi to ask, he continued, "Do what you think is right. I've told you everything. As for whether it's true or false, right or wrong, I'll leave it to you to judge." As he spoke, the old man's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Guanxi. He had yet to recover from the story, and the old man in front of him suddenly disappeared. Guanxi hurriedly looked up at the bodyguard and asked, "Didn't you say that he's not a star warrior?" The bodyguard was shocked, and his mouth was slightly agape. After a while, he replied, "I'm sure that there's no star power fluctuation in his body, not even a little bit." Guanxi felt his scalp go numb. What's going on? Uncle Guanxi. He suddenly heard the voice of a little girl behind him. Guanxi turned around, only to see the little girl taking out a lollipop from her pocket and handing it to Guanxi reluctantly. Grandpa said, "I wish you and I good luck." Guanxi took the lollipop in a daze. At the side, a female voice said, "Nyonyo, where did you get the candy from? Who is he?" As she spoke, the woman looked at Guanxi, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, warily. She hurriedly picked up her daughter and glared at Guanxi with an unfriendly expression. Guanxi was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.